As people finish up taking photos, our nominees to my left are busy taking photos, and some of our guests are still busy grabbing a cup of tea and a cup of coffee. Um, I trust you are all well and you are all settled in and warm on this not so cold winter day. Not sure what's happening with July, but anyway, if we could all take our seats, then we can get started. Warm greetings to you all again. My name is Dumelo Mudiselle. I am a philosophy teacher in the Department of Philosophy, Systematic and Practical Theology, and I will be your program director for today's festivities. Very much looking forward to it, and I hope that you are too. Um, Let me begin with a more formal greeting to our Executive Dean, Professor Nkosi, to our Deputy Dean, Professor Mashao, to our school directors, to our EXCO and college management, to you colleagues, to students who are present, to our esteemed guests, and of course, to our nominees. Um, I will be giving you a brief overview of today's Teaching and Learning Festival um, under the theme Going Beyond the Expected, Unified Uniqueness for Student Success. Today's proceedings are going to go as follows. We're going to have some important people come and formally open our proceedings. And then after that, we will have in the first part, a keynote by Ntate Tlhokwe Sehume, to which we are all very much looking forward, as well as a response by Ms. Mbali Khame. And then in the second part of our proceedings, we will then get to the business of the day, which is the nominee presentations and the adjudication. Okay. I should say something on the theme very briefly before I bring up the important people to come and speak to us. The theme of going beyond the expected, unified uniqueness for students, makes me think of my great grandmother, because of how I arrived to study philosophy. She said to me when I was about 10 years old, you know what? It still hurts, so I'm not going to tell you what she said. But the effect of it was, oh, dumb man. And I was just like, me. And I realized that my great grandmother could look at me and say, why are you not intelligent? While simultaneously making me intelligent, giving me the tools to be intelligent. And I think I've spent a long, long time trying to acquire the wisdom that she tried to impart on me. And when I arrived at university, I think that it is through excellent teachers that I managed to receive a unique education and to have people look at me, recognize my circumstances, and to tailor their teaching to me. And so I'm very much looking forward to hearing the teaching strategies, the everything that our nominees who are seated up front have to offer us and to offer their students. I'm still fighting for the wisdom that my great grandmother told me. You need to get smart, and I'm getting there. I'm getting smart, um, and I think that as I was thinking about her this morning, I was thinking of a poet named, excuse me, Nikki Finney. She says, when speaking, she's a professor in the US, and she speaks about how her grandmother taught her how to fish. And when speaking about being in the university, she writes a poem called, I believe, um, Fishing Among the Learned. And she says, pond water is as good as any book. And I think that when we arrive to the university, we must always be cognizant of the pond water to which we have looked into, been given wisdom from, and recognize that it does not only come from books, but comes from very many avenues. With that, our keynote will elaborate much more. But let me then, for the moment, call up our important people, our executive dean, Professor Zetinkosi, who's going to give us a few remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. May we correct one thing? Let's delete important people. As Africans, as human beings, singabantu, there is no important. You might be a dean, executive dean, professor, lecturer, or CEO, but at the end of the day, you are a human being. That's why we say umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. Cancelled. Yes, a big welcome to the CHS Teaching and Learning Festival. Colleagues, this is a festival. You always think of a music festival when there is music. This is the Teaching and Learning Festival. We are celebrating excellence from our colleagues. Let's give our candidates a round of applause. We are here because of you. If you did not raise your hand, the festival will be cancelled. So on behalf of the university management, I would love to welcome you all to the event. For the people who are not familiar with the College of Human Sciences, it's one of the biggest college at the university. We are unique because we've got 3 schools. If you may check here, the School of Arts, School of Humanities, and School of Social Sciences. Other colleges, they just talk of one qualification. Go to the College of Education, they're talking about teachers. Teaching, breakfast, lunch, supper. When you go to accounting, we're talking about accountants, money. When you go to the engineers, the agriculture, which other college? It's camps. Law, it's lawyers, nothing else. But as a College of Human Sciences, we pride ourselves to be this multidisciplinary under one roof. You can get an artist, you can get a social worker, a nurse, a psychologist, you can get even theologians who pray for you before you do everything. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the College of Human Sciences. When we talk of excellence, we are here to appreciate our colleagues who are going to share with us best practice. When we talk of excellence, we talk of distinction. We talk of outstanding. We talk of student support. We talk of the good qualities that we see in our colleagues. We talked about innovative ways on how to assess your students. We talk about scholarship. The researchers always brag when they publish, and here we are bragging to say we are doing what brings money to the university, which is teaching and learning. We are here to change the lives of our students. We are here to make sure that we are seen as the College of Human Sciences. We are going to be fed intellectually, emotionally, psychologically, because we've got different scholars in this room. We've got colleagues who are going to share with us how to be an innovator when it comes to teaching and learning. We are going to have colleagues who are going to tell us how to do innovative assessments, how to support your students and make sure that all your students that come in your module, they exit with a qualification on the hand. When you look into our theme, it says going beyond the expected. It talks to excellence, it talks to distinction, it talks to quality. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I allow Prof. Shabangani to share with us exactly how did this thing started, I want to thank our keynote speaker, Ntate Tlokwe Sehume. There he is. He whispered to say, Prof, I wanted to do a degree in music, but they denied me. I said, please come, RPL, we'll put you in. the code. He's accompanied by the wife, Mom Sehume, and then a big thank you to our adjudicators. Let me thank them and tell our delegates that there is no brown bag that has been given to them. They're just doing the work. Also, they are not going to be paid because it's voluntary. May I see Prof. Mudau from SEDU? Is he around? He's not here. And then Dr. Moeng. There is our young scholar. Dr. Moeng, they did not see you. A young doctor in the College of Human Science. And then Prof. Hlatshwayo is also not here. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the organizers because look at our program director. She's a young academic, our adjudicator, a young academic, and also the person who's going to give us a vote of thanks, Miss Mbali. She's also a young academic. Mbali, where are you? So that people can see. So we are mixing the young generation with the old generation, and I'm looking forward to the engagements, and I just want to say to you, welcome colleagues, let's learn from the best evidence-based practice. Thank you very much.
I have been corrected right at the beginning of the program. I will say this, Prof, your importance is not because you are the dean, but more so because you are the dean who is generous in the corridors, and because you are I think what you just said made me think of Thandiswa Mazwai's new album, Sankofa. There's a song in which she begins and she says, Kunzima, sawuchensa sizombelela. That means we will dance and sing for ourselves, and that should not be. So when I refer to importance, it's really about substance. It's really about the people who will bazawuchensa xa simbelela. Let me then call up our Head of Quality Assurance and Enhancement, Professor Nokuthula Hlabangani, who's going to give us some more words on the specifics of this auspicious occasion. Thank you.
I will take a leaf from the VC, who always makes a disclaimer to say that she's horizontally challenged. I'm here, colleagues, only horizontally challenged. Sanbona, Sanbona, Nigahle, Dimelang, Lenzele Pila. I hope colleagues rise well this morning. It is a festival, colleagues. We are in the College of Human Sciences, a college that is the conscience of society. They say that if a wedding is boring, it's not because the bride and the groom didn't do their part. It's because all those who were invited are not doing their part. I-festival lento, i-festival lento. Like I say, that the human sciences colleagues, as you know, is entrusted with big responsibilities, especially so with the world as it is, where wherever you look, there are challenges, intractable challenges that the academia is being challenged to rise up to. This college has set itself a very lofty ideal of continuing to unravel the canon such that at the end of the day, we can account for the responsibility entrusted upon us by communities from which our students come, and that we rise to the question, how do we decolonize? And so when we think through this particular event, that is a flagship, a program of the Vice Principal Teaching and Learning, Student Support and Community Engagement, that each college is hosting its own leg of the festival, after which we will then move in September towards the institutional one. So the work that we do, when we think about it, when we think around it, when we think through it, we are not unaware and insensitive to the challenges upon us. Our students have said, and they have said so resoundingly, that they need to see themselves, they need to find themselves, they need to know themselves much clearer than the academy is enabling them to. And so our endeavors, whatever they are, however big or small, in the College of Human Sciences, are always geared towards this question: how do we then make sure that the canon that we feed our students is not alienating, that it does not take from them, but rather makes them stronger, makes them more ethical, allow them to stand more upright, that they are able to hold their own amongst their peers, and that education at the end of the day is able to spawn a citizenry that is gonna be able to answer the intractable challenges of our time. So colleagues, without taking too much time, this is only just the beginning, and we're really appreciative of the fact that you have come to accompany the colleagues who are seated at this table, from whom we are going to hear what it is that they do when they are seated in their corners at their desks, and think about the questions that we have been challenged with as the academy. I will not take a lot of time, but the challenge is always to imagine a different world. It is always to infuse an Afrocentric voice, a voice that says that now that the center is no longer holding, how is it that the academy and all of us in our individual capacity, bearing in mind the responsibility upon us, how do we then rise to the occasion? So colleagues, Prof. Nkosi has already welcomed you. I will say that let's accompany the colleagues with integrity, with joy, with support, whichever way you know how. Africa is colorful. We are people of color. The flowers attest to that. So colleagues, we have a whole program lined up for you. We look forward to learning together and growing together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Hlabangani, for those words and very pertinent comments. I think that unraveling the canon is a very high bar, but a very necessary one. And what I forgot to tell you about my great-grandmother is that how we got into this altercation in which she told me my business was because she said to me, "Kgopela hore o ntlišitše lepola." And I was like, huh? And she was like, lepola. And I was like, I'm not. So she looked at me like, you don't know your language. And so long before Fees Must Fall, Rose Must Fall, and any of the movements that have catapulted us into a new era in which we are unraveling the canon and remembering ourselves, my great-grandmother told me, watch yourself. So I'm watching, we're watching, and so is the College of Human Sciences. And I believe that when our candidates, and I should name them actually, our candidates, Ms. Hermione Leroux, Dr. Jan Masombuka, Prof. Henri Adlam, Ms. Noxolo Zwane, Dr. Rebecca Skosana, Dr. Taitska Kalitz, and Dr. Huitsi Liburu are going to come up and give us their offering. We keep this in mind. I will now turn to the very special part of our festivities. Ntate Tlhokwe Sehume is going to come up in a moment, and I will introduce him very briefly because his career and his life is too long to summarize in this paragraph, but Tlokwe Suhume is one of the country's most diverse and conceptual musicians come artist. He is also a composer, arranger, producer, director, poet, cultural historian, teacher, vocalist, and multi-instrumentalist whose work is aimed at the resuscitation and development of South African indigenous classical music. Tlokwe combines his musical skills with the natural talent that is showcased through his playing of a myriad of indigenous African classical instruments, such as dipila or the mbira, likope or the jaw harp, mvet, which I do not know, miropa ya Afrika, percussions, as well as the more commonplace guitar, flute, and keyboard. Influences for Tlokwe's work stem from the rich land that is Africa and addresses political and social issues through his music, which we have the pleasure of hearing in Nagayafia, Bautlile, and Mino Wataba. Ntate Sihume has performed and collaborated all over the world with the likes of Pops Muhammad, McCoy Mrubata, Zim Ngawana, Hugh Masekela, Winton Marsalis, and Kahil El Zabar. And if you know, you know. And if you don't know, then you're about to find out. But as I invite Ntate Sihume onto stage, I should add that he is a Praetorian of our own. Well, I'm not from Pretoria, but now I am invited into the world of Pretoria and its musical scenes in the various parts of the townships that have produced beautiful music. And he studied very briefly musicology here at UNISA. So what he is about to offer us under the title, The Role of Learning and Teaching in Post-Apartheid South Africa, can really only be good. Ntate Sihume, the stage is you. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. That was my keynote speech. Goeiemôre. Ndi machero dumela age ahe minjano barishangana isilungu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm humbled and honored to be here as a former student of UNIS. I actually came here in 1983 and tried doing BMAS. They made us buy this very big volume called History of Music. But very few pages were actually talking about African classical music. And I had a problem with that. And as part of that problem, I would normally argue with the lecturer to say, but music started in Africa. Why are we studying more of Western classical music, Abu Bach, Abu Mozart, and Abu Beethoven, before we talk about people of African descent? And he told me that's not part of the curriculum, you're going to fail. So I left the college. That's what I was talking to Professor Nkosi about. I do not intend going back to school to try and learn music, because somewhere in the process, I got to teach myself whatever I got to know relating to music. But I'm here today specifically to talk to you about the role of learning and teaching in post-apartheid, because we still have that kind of situation surrounding us in our lives. The languaging may have changed a little, but the conditions still remain the same. And according to me, the first thing that we may have to look at in that regard may have to do with unlearning, because there's a lot that we've been taught about ourselves, to look upon ourselves as inferior, especially more of the black community, and which is why, among other things, history would always play a very important role, because if we do not know history, we may not know the motives and the psychology of people who subjugate us. So maybe the first step in that process of unlearning may have to do with decoloniality. Because under any other circumstance, public schools are meant to take our kids to go to college with NSFAS at their back. At the end of the day, they are still in debt, which is a very unfortunate thing. When they finish, they still have to pay for the debt for getting to learn and be taught. And if you, in very simple English, if you dismantle a word like decoloniality, could say it's a framework of function that seeks and critiques to dismantle the enduring effects of colonialism, especially in areas of knowledge systems, power structures, and our spirituality. And thus, the thrust of my talk would be on capturing the mind of the black child. Because, Tina, as we are, grown as we are, products of colonialism, it's very difficult to actually change us from where we may be to something else. But with kids, because the formidable years of any child is from birth to 12, we could be able to do something a little better with them. And that dismantling may have to do with how we look at the world and what it has made of us, where we punch below our waistline, especially as a country, with less than 1% GDP. Maybe, 30 years, 31 years back, that was a slightly different. But to show the effects of this colonialism that I'm talking about, what has happened in those years, this country has actually regressed, which is an unfortunate thing, because in spaces where we put people that are supposed to be giving direction and leading us to a better future, half the time they line their pockets. Becomes very unfortunate. And this is the only country we have. This is the only continent we have. There is no way that, like other people who have privilege, they could go to America like Maloba Mo. People went to America, and the president of America was saying these people are farmers, only to find that they are car washers or something, But under any other sense, the mind of the black child becomes a very crucial cog in this process of decoloniality, because in this country, children, more especially black children, are our most valuable possession and our greatest potential resource. The one thing that could change the narrative would be dependent on what it is that this government and our people within our family structures, because government is an institution, and a family is an institution, and a community is an institution, we look at dismantling this decolonially, this colonial mindset, so that at a particular process, any discussion that talks about the survival of this country and of children, and especially black children, should be predicated upon what plan government and our people ourselves have for these children. And an angle, not so long ago, I saw there was a discussion of government wanting to take over ECDs, early childhood development. But that's where our strength is, because those are the formidable years that I'm talking about. If under any other circumstance, as an example, you put a number of children as big as this crowd that we have here today, with toys and anything at their disposal to play with, each and every child will be inclined to their natural genetic endowment. And which makes it very easy to say there should be more money put into those kind of spaces to hone and enhance those natural genetic endowments. Because we use words like instruct. There's quite a lot that has to be done in the process, where the process of unlearning may have to take a shape where we are informed by the children what programs should be put in place to actually get this in order. And if we fail to do that, we are bound to fail. There's no way we can actually make it anywhere. For example, there was a study done relating to global skills. Out of 141 countries in the world, South Africa ranked 107th. It's a shame. It's a shame. We should be somewhere below 50. But because we're looking in the wrong direction, we can't even start to fathom what it is that we can do better as a people, as a community, as a government, to change that narrative. Maybe the best thing that we actually do, or one of the first things that we normally do, the first chance that we get, we run off to some faraway lands for some fact-finding mission without fact-finding ourselves, because we look for solutions in spaces where they are not. We leave solutions here. We go and try and find solutions in Europe, in some of the other countries which actually have put this country in the kind of this dichotomous situation that it is in. So under any other circumstance, it can be that when you have a size 15 nut and you have a size 13 spanner, you want to file the nut to fit the spanner. You have to find the right tool. If you don't find the right tool, you are bound to fail. With people, some of whom were the fathers of the Organization of African Unity, like Kwame Nkrumah and Lumumba and Mwalimu Nyerere, I just discovered that Nkrumah is not even his surname. His surname is Ngoloma. But because somebody could not pronounce Ngoloma, some European who could not pronounce Ngoloma decided to call Ngoloma Nkrumah, and it stuck. That's part of the decoloniality that I'm talking about. And it wasn't a problem when that was happening, but it becomes a dichotomy. And he found himself also in a situation after trying with the other people like Mwalimu and Patrice Lumumba to set up the Organization of African Unity. Ngoloma was given a Muslim wife. And you know what that means? Ngoloma did not understand history. Because if he did, when you understand history, you ultimately get to know the motives and the psychology of the people who subjugate. He was a brother-in-law to the Muslims, to the Arabs. They have the Arab League. We have the Organization of African Unity. Now they are in both spaces. And their agenda is not the same as ours. And that's why an organization like AU or OAU has lost its cause simply because it was infiltrated. But they could not even detect the infiltration because of not knowing their history and also knowing the motives of people who may actually have come and decided to say Ngoloma can't be Ngoloma, it has to be Nkuruma. Francis Kwame Ngoloma became Francis Kwame Nkuruma. And it's normal. That's what we have come to know. Now, the thrust with the decoloniality, especially if we're putting it around the situation of these young kids, like I said before, they are our greatest and most valuable possession. Any discussion about the survival of this country or of black people in this country must be predicated upon the maximal development of these kids. But we give those formidable years to public schools. And public schools are meant to take people to college. Already by the time they get to college or tertiary, they are in debt. Unless if they're very fortunate, maybe the parents had some cows to sell or something, then maybe they were able to sell some cattle to take the kids to school. But other than that, we have NSFAS. So we have NSFAS, which puts our kids in that kind of situation. But with the small children that we have, if we hone into their natural genetic endowments, there is no way this country could be punching below its waistline. 1%. I mean, it's a shame, a very serious shame. And not understanding our history necessarily makes us gullible, because under any other circumstance, the consciousness and the spirituality and the way of life that we as a people get to be endowed with from birth gets disrupted. And if we allow that to happen, then we have a problem. For example, when we start counting from 1. But unfortunately, when the sun rises, we say it's 6. Why don't we say it's 1? Because the day is breaking. We can't say it's 1 at dawn. It doesn't make sense. It should be 1 in the morning, because day breaks, day starts, light starts. We should be saying it's 1. So now, as we're talking, we could say it's what? 10:05. According to me, it shouldn't be 10:05. It should possibly be, if we're starting counting from 1, 7, 8, 9, 10, it should be 4:05. It should be 4:05, but we're talking 10:05. And it's an unfortunate indictment. And normally, because the mind will relate to something that's being said perpetually, whether truthful or not, even if it's a lie, it ultimately becomes the truth. And we've come to accept that. So at 10:05 in this part of the region called South Africa, or at 4:05 in this region of the world called South Africa, We're saying it's 10:05. And under any other circumstance, the element of self-reliance, because we lose the gist of whatever it is that we are about. We get given an impression that history is a collection of dates and events. And we never get to actually study and understand our history as a people. We were able to give quite a vast knowledge in matters that relate to science and maths and philosophy to the world. But because somewhere in the process, all of this got lost when the pyramids were made in Egypt, even though it wasn't the first place to make the pyramids, Ethiopia was. When Europeans came to Egypt, they started dismantling the nose, because the nose of the Sphinx on the tomb of the pyramid was as big as this nose of mine. And who knows, they're going to try and change it into some, some shaped nose that looks beautiful to the eye. So, and with time, when we are all gone, nobody would actually be able to defend that space to say, but the pyramids were not made by strangers who came from faraway lands. Just like Tabatsa Mohale, for example. We call them Mahalisbek. Who's Mahali? I don't know Mahali, but I know Mohale. So, for as long as we do not understand our history, there'll always be those kind of mysterious names that creep into our vocabulary, and people who have other agendas and innuendos to ultimately take over our being and our spirituality and our consciousness, because they have a design to do that willy-nilly, and we are unable to challenge that. And it becomes very problematic. So under any other circumstance, does that children, like I said, being our greatest possession and assets, it would be very important for this government, if we do have one, which I doubt, to take this very seriously, to say, instead of putting a lot of money into spaces and into their pockets, because that's also another agenda, they have changed the Lord's Prayer. The Lord's Prayer says, lead us not into temptation. They've taken away the not. They say, lead us into temptation. And they take the money. And they know nobody will do anything, because it makes sense for them to say, if we steal from our own, nothing will ever happen. And that's exactly that. I mean, just now, as these cases are unfolding in the South African context, there are situations where, when we're talking things like prosecutions and things, spaces like those have been infiltrated. So if under any other circumstance, the education, which I call miseducation because it talks to something else, in our space, we may have things like rites of passage. That may not teach us everything, simply because the world is not static. There could be other things that we could be taking out of the European experience and the European history to enhance what is ours. But because we've left history to be in the hands of people who actually subjugate us or who make us believe that it is a collection of dates and events. That's why this country and almost a larger part of the continent is under the kind of distress situations that they are in. The other day, they were talking about state capture. Now we talk about race capture. Because we've been captured as a race, as a people. We've been captured. We captured for the purposes of people who want to make us something that we are not. And like I always say, the beginning of wisdom is to know who you are. If you do not, then you are in very serious trouble. Trouble at a level where you could change or translate somebody's name from Goloma to Nkrumah and nobody says anything. It's normal. And you expect an organization like the African Union to be seriously functional. There's no way it can be, because these people, while they became part of the African Union, on the one hand, did not dismantle the Arab League. They still have the Arab League. So it's a dichotomous position on their side. They thrive on the one hand and disrupt our programs. That's why an organization like the OAU, or the AU as we have come to know it, has lost cause. It's not doing what it was supposed to do as an organization. So if we teach, or if in fact if we learn, not teach, if we learn from our young ones in spaces of early child development and create programs that can actually enhance the kind of skills that they have, instead of running to some faraway land for fact-finding mission, instead of going to the ACDs, then we could have a much, much better situation and country. So the process of learning and teaching in this country has to first start with unlearning. And that's ironic, because words like instruct, I saw, for example, the other time when they were talking about children who started their schooling journey in 2013 and finished their grade 12 in 2024 on a 30%. Can you imagine 30%? On a 30% pass mark? You know? Children fall through the cracks. It's not only because of children being truant. I mean, there is no way that any child, or any person for that matter, who, given the situation where things happen according to their strength, would actually abandon that for something to be truant. But because we miss the point, we let these kids be part of a situation where we want to accommodate them, whereas they should be accommodating us, leading the way. So the teaching part, I'm not so sure, because it's on shaky ground. They tell you that Van Riebeeck came to this country in 1652, and there were no people here, but the San people were here. You know, so some of those things related to history and all of these other things make our lives as miserable as we have come to be. And the unfortunate part is, if we do not have a government which on other levels allows situations of media which is not even owned, or in certain instances even with media that is owned by them, like the South African Broadcasting Corporation, we use words like foreign nationals talking about people from this continent. There is no way we can be foreign in a continent of our birth. There is no way. How do we become foreign nationals? Now, the languaging as well creates that dichotomous situation where we look at people who come from Zimbabwe and Mozambique and Malawi and other parts of the continent as foreigners. We fail to understand that the problem is not those people, but the problem is non-governance. We do not have a government. And that is the reality of the situation. And until we correct that, we'll still have this situation where when certain people do certain things unbecoming, and there are people who are trying to correct that, while in other manners could be called unlawful and whatever, but government is not even doing anything tangible by showing governance, then we're being called xenophobic. So we'll have this kind of languaging which always creeps into this narrative of us as a people interacting with our brothers from the continent. Because under any other circumstance, our spirituality and our consciousness and our lineage says we as a people come not from the tip of the continent. A larger part of us could have come from the Great Lakes region, migrating to the south. And under any other circumstance, after the migration, we are seriously servants because we can't even change the name of the country. Because when you are in control, then you can redefine and name things. But if we can't name this country into what we want to, then there's a very serious problem. We do this cut and paste thing, take the national anthem, take flag, and a whole lot of things that actually are falling apart. They are not misrepresentative. They are misrepresentative to a point where even in the original national anthem, because South Africa is a region of the world and not the name of the country, Nkosi Sikelele in its original format, where it wasn't mixed with the English and Afrikaans versions, there's nowhere where South Africa is mentioned. We talk about Africa. So it becomes very difficult for people to actually grow from that point of view, So under any other circumstance, there are those kind of things that says we are in a very serious and precarious position. And until government and our communities raising these children that I'm talking about, we do not get TV to babysit them. Because our children are being raised by TV. If they are very fortunate to be raised by their mothers, then they are raised by emulating white values. We were there as a people before Europe existed, thousands of years before Europe existed. So it's an indictment on us as a people to be led by our children and allow it, sheepishly going in that direction where they can be able to tell us that this is good for us and that is not good for us. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is that thing that until we deal with this part of decoloniality and the miseducation that is happening within our spaces, this country can only get worse. There is no way that we're going to move from this space where we are into something better. So under any other circumstance, it begs this part where I say history becomes our torch. It leads, like they would normally say, there's a light at the end of a tunnel. So with a torchlight, possibly that's the kind of light that we're talking about. In the mine, under the ground, they wear those. I don't know what they call them, but it's fastened onto the forehead, and it's got a torch, and the light is very bright. I wish that maybe as we're talking about some of these things, some of the people who decide that out of the 1.2 million children who started school in 2013, just over 51% of those managed to pass to go to tertiary with 30%. And in real time, real numbers, 590,000 children fell through the cracks. That's a very big number. 590,000. That's a whole community. There are other people. There are other countries in the world where you find that it's a whole population of a whole country. In this country, 590,000 is not even anything that bothers us. And it's something that happens all the time. We went in to prepare our children for college as if college or tertiary creates opportunity or jobs for these kids when they leave school. Because half the time they go there, they graduated, they are unemployed. So the element of self-reliance and of growing the GDP and whatever else that this country could be proud of is not something that can be sustainable, because somewhere along the line we're missing the point. And until such time that we grasp those very little things, we are wandering in this region of the world called South Africa, groping and trying to find our way, running to faraway lands without looking into ourselves first, and trying to copy situations that we can come and paste into our learning and teaching process and hope that they would work for us. When I was growing up, there was always this thing to say, there can never be black, there can never be white solutions to black problems. But we've actually gone that route. We go to Europe to try and find answers for our problems. And then we come and miseducate our children. And then when we punch below our waistline, we are surprised. I mean, what's there to be surprised about? Because we're shooting ourselves not only in one foot, but in both feet. Because under any other circumstance, education is meant to create a situation where whoever gets to be given the opportunity to explore and exploit whatever it is that we have come to know as education can actually be self-reliant and possibly even change this country and the narrative of this country and its people to something slightly much better than what it is. So there is this thing to say, instead of wanting to necessarily replace, and I'm not even sure why we have grades up to grade 12, because the kid starts A kid starts schooling at ECD, we go up to grade 12. Somewhere along the line, they even get to learn biblical studies just to make sure that the percentages of the pass rate go up. But those are non-essential skills. Impression is given that history, especially black history, is not that important. But when you look at how it has been distorted, especially our history as black people, something tells you to say there would be no reason why Europeans would try to distort our history if there was no economic value in that. There's an economic value in that. Why would they try and distort what it is that we are about and give us an impression that what we are about is this narrative of being savages and chasing each other down in the jungle? Because the continent is never a jungle. If you look at the amount of knowledge that the Greeks came to learn in this continent, in spaces like Kemet or your present day Egypt, and want to take it as theirs or assume it as theirs, then it tells you that civilization started in this continent. But because we've let strangers take over that narrative, we believe that there's nothing like that rubbish. We are our own. We are our own. We are our own liberators. But because we're not given the space by the people who are in a system of governance that was not even coined by them, who have never redefined the governance arrangement, we're using like the Roman Dutch law or something. In traditional Africa, for example, reparation was always, as an example, was always something that had to do with the victim. But in South Africa, as we know it, and in the continent, and the Roman Dutch law, the justice system gets to actually fail the person who's been put in an uncomfortable space simply because we are not our own masters. And I'm hoping that, like I was saying, part of the decoloniality that I was talking about, I was here in 1983 to try and learn the history of, in fact, to learn about African classical music. And when that failed, I felt that it did not work for me. And everything that I have come to learn has been self-taught. So our communities, and not as individuals, can be in a much better space to do a much better work. By the time we come to institutions, formal institutions, like your colleges and your universities, we could actually be a people that understand who they really are. Because we come into these institutions blank. And large part of that is based on racism. And like Neely Fuller says, if you do not know what racism is, anything and everything that you understand may only confuse you. And on that note, I would like to say thanks for lending me an ear. I'm going to be performing a little rendition on the music that has become that self-taught in the process. And I hope that there could be more engagements relating to the subject matter as I've been trying to address it.
Can we give Ntate Suhume another round of applause? As he gets ready to perform, let me just quickly read you how he self-describes his music of the day before yesterday for a people of the day after tomorrow. What time is it, colleagues?
No, I think you should. I have here in my hand an instrument called le kope. Originally, it was made from wood. Before people could actually, and I suppose even people from the continent in Africa could turn iron into ore or to create steel, it was made of wood. But now it's made of metal. And this is an instrument which shepherds used to carry around with themselves to keep themselves company when they are out in the field. And this is how it would sound like. This is called the mbira. This was also originally made from wood. But because, like I said, with the invention of steel and iron ore and things and all the related byproducts, but because wood would normally break, the lamelle, as they call these tongues of this instrument, can never break. In fact, if I hit you with this thing, in the past they would call it a traditional weapon. And the name of this instrument is mbira. That's the Shona name for this. Ka Sepedi ba re ke dipela. Ka Setsonga ba re ke mbila. Ka Tshivenda ba re timbila. Ka Setswana ba re ke tiko le ntikwa. The Zulu nation is a very young nation. I must be honest. I must be honest. I must be honest. I must be honest. It is not there in isiZulu, this thing. It is not there. And I'm not being derogatory or anything. It is not there. I mean, seriously speaking, the Zulu tribe, as we have come to know it, is very young, man. Very, very young. In the bigger scheme of things. And maybe that is why they can still, because they're still energetic, they can still be able to. The ironic part is that they can still be able to display their national, or not national, their tribal oomph, because they still have the energy. Those that have come, those that have come before them, those that have come before them have got tired because they have been subjected to a whole lot of other things. But when Ushaka decided to say Bulalani Abatagati, that was not very long ago. I'm going to try and play a piece on this instrument. Marek. Yeah, I'm lost here because I'm not technical and I need somebody who can give me a hand. Thank you. You are energetic and young like the Zulu nation.
Not necessarily young.
Oh, yeah, no, sure. I would agree with that. You're not young. You are not young, you are stout.
Very old. Kubiela.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, oh, that thing. Oh. In this tragedy waiting to happen called life, in this life, in this life, we live for food and food alone. In this life, we keep listening to the lying leaders. In this life, the true history is kept from our children. In this life, I am so tired to witness children that go on Nyaub. In this life, in this life, the fog of colonialism hangs on our consciousness. In this life, it disorganizes African action. In this life, it confuses African thinking. We are a confused people. In this life, I am so tired. maburina. Maburina rialla, bana baburina balla. Bartom panari matotomperi. Matukulu peri abumma, que recatupa kuno. Kirile ko tupa kuno. Que regatakana leso roba roba. Kanyape maru amasumasu. Karle alebana lirule leso leso. Que huerize mamu hulwale maburina. Kirala samuhuma psiasadiata. Arma horualu a huerize gai. That have actually been changed the Let's Prayer into leading us into temptation.
As Ntate Suhume comes to join us on stage after giving us music of the day before yesterday for a people of the day after tomorrow. I think that the forward thinking thrust of his music does something to alleviate the bleak scenario that he paints in the post-apartheid context. And of course, it seems that it was always hard times that we are upon, but the reality of these difficulties and what may seem impossibilities we face as students and as teachers, there are people like you, and there are institutions such as UNISA, which attend to the reclaiming of Africa's intellectual futures. And perhaps these might help us, Ntate Sihume, to find the right tools, as you say. So as we continue on our way, going beyond the expected, in line with our theme of unified uniqueness for student success, I think that it is timely to call upon our respondent. I think perhaps a part of the people of the day after tomorrow, Ms. Mbali Khame. Let me very briefly introduce her as she comes up onto stage to give us a response and her reflection. Mbali Khame is a transdisciplinary emerging activist scholar, currently in her first year of a PhD in Media and Cultural Studies at the University of KZN. Mbali Khame teaches the Decoloniality Africana Thought, Discourse, and Critique flagship module in the College of Human Sciences at UNISA. So, Ntate Hume, 40 years later, there are changes, there are movements. She is the author of children's stories, namely Hair Magic and the Djembe, which were featured on the Nalimbali Read for Enjoyment in the SABC language radio campaign. In her studies and her writing, she's dedicated in capturing the complexities that underpin human interaction, with a focus in Black township existentia in post-94 South Africa, under interests of critical fabulations, multimedia, cultural history, creative writing and literature, and decoloniality theory. Mbali's lived experiences of being born and bred in the township of Soweto, Ezola, influence her work as well as her everyday praxis, which includes learning, teaching, and organizing in Black consciousness. Pan African Community Organizations, Black House Collective, and Ebukusini Solutions. So please come and help us with some remarks. Ah, got 15 minutes.
Dumelang bagolo, sanbonani, good morning, colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity to the Office of Academic Quality Assurance and Enhancement Unit to participate and to also listen and to also just commend you on the work that continues to happen in this very space. Today we have Ntate Sihume, who is a giant of our community, musically and otherwise. So ra leboga Ntate for coming today and sharing with us. I heard you on the call to pay attention to the Black child and ensuring that there is that interplay and engagement with the Black child. I would like to share, as my bio has indicated, that I am part of community organizations who are rooted in Black consciousness and Pan Africanism. And part of the programs that we have been doing is running a children school, Afrocentric Academy. And just to also speak to what Ndate you mentioned about the teaching model, which is supposed to as place the child to be able to educate the person, the walimu who will be teaching. The children of the African Winter School have also taught me to go on deeper and look into my clan names. As a Soweto born, I, like many of us who are from township spaces, we have been erupted from the roots, and therefore our history of a region and identity is also subhazard, even when we are on a mission now to try and restore and retrieve those knowledges that have been lost. So the children of the African Winter School also gave me an inspiration to go on and learn my clan names. I'm going to recite them now in my very Zulu Soweto tongue and in Setswana, and I hope I'm able to do justice with this teaching that I've been taught by the leaders of my community. So, nna ke kgame ya tona, kgame ya boradikeledi, kgame e tswang kwa ntswakeleng ebile e tswa kwa ntswakelengnyana. Mme ga a je bosulwa ke le teng mo motoi. I will stop there. I also think that it is a rare order to be positioned to respond to a keynote address and also be put in a position to also listen to the music that in itself is a language. I think your performance for me, and also having done the research to go on and study your work, hear your work, hear how also your work has traveled from your generation to my generation, like now musicians who are creating music who also hold that the Tlhoko sound. There are quite many of them. The Black Motions, I hear a lot of Ntate Tlhoko's drumming. We have the Urban Village who also use the mbira and other indigenous instruments to speak to the language of today by hearing the whispers of yesterday for the future of tomorrow, as you paraphrasing how you put it that day. So your performance together with your keynote and your broader music catalog, I think contextualizes to us what we have lost, what still exists, and what can be remolded for the future. This complementing a portrayal of your music as a music of the day, before yesterday, for the tomorrow of the day after tomorrow. Oh, I got it right. So my reading of today's performance and existing catalog points to what you also called forward that day, and you emphasized on decolonial studies or decoloniality as a praxis as one of the sounding rubrics that will solve the problems of the education system and also the problems within our community. So the music in my hearing teaches it is an effort of rehumanizing us and rehumanizing the world around us. It's saying that Africa is great, and Africa is still here, and African sounds are worth knowing and are worth taking forward to produce counter discourses, knowledges, and creative acts that seek to dismantle the continuity and legacies of settler colonialism, racial capitalism, and apartheid. Through its arrangement, your music translates the praxis required to address the misinformation that you gave a sound critique on, the misinformation of education rather. It is in its honesty of the instrument, the honesty of your voice, and I'm sure we can all attest to that. The honesty here is the insistent on the existence of the type of music that you do. I mean, that moment in 1983 when UNISA says to you, we don't have African classical music. I'm imagining that was the beginning or the pathway for you to go within community and find existing traces of the music of the people, the music of the mountain, as you put it. So that this Huma's music reminds us that indigenous instrumentalism is medicine. It bridges generational waves by taking us through the old healing practices and interacts with the now, locating our identity as Africans, drawing away from colonial definition on who has the leisure of being human. So that this Huma's musical category insists on, it contributes to the canon of African thinking, African theory, as well as African classical music. So these universities, these very universities that we stand on today, that they need you to come and offer this African classical music theory or music praxis, to give voice to overlooked histories and knowledges of the people. Even just the choice, in one of the interviews I watched where you were in conversation with Paul Mnisi, you mentioned that it was very intentional to also just conceptualize the idea of the music of the mountain under African classical theory, or classical music rather, because of the way in which African music is studied and African music is packaged does not uh, corresponds to the rubric of what the West identify as music, what the West identify as notes, and the rules that surround the do's and don'ts. So that on its own is a translation of epistemology disobedience or destruction, which is something that is very central to decolonial studies. Here, I'm thinking about songs like Nahayafia, which means the country is burning. The song is a subversive offering. It critiques the state of our flag democracy, which defined by Prof. Mogobo More as a country which accumulates democracy through face value. And the new flag is just a symbol, it's just an interface. So a flag democracy would have not addressed the overall racialized and class-based special and social arrangements that are constructed by colonialism and in our recent history, apartheid. So the song opens with this harmonious, you have to go listen to this song, colleagues. It opens with this harmonious tune of the piano, and it almost gives off that, oh, this is another jazz sound. But I like how it just swiftly changes the sound, how the sound is accompanied by shakers and the percussions, and then your voice comes in a more like a shouting or a calling from a distance to say, come and see, the country is burning. I think your music, just in the lyrical content and the subject matter that you choose to dwell on, which is very political and very much the cries and whispers of the people that exist within our communities. It's also just in the making of the music and the choice of listening to the whispers of the mountain, as you put it in that day, that makes the music decolonial, that makes the music a study worth noting, that makes the music a almost a pathway to us understanding the pedagogical process and praxis of how do we create assessments, how do we create imaginations of teaching and learning in an institution we aspire to unlearn in order to relearn for the formation of the future. So I think this is quite a sound conversation that we're having today about education in post-apartheid South Africa or post-1994 South Africa, because this year is the 10th anniversary of the Fees Must Fall, Rose Must Fall movement, which was one of the um, popular movements that brought decoloniality to the fourth, sitting on the shoulders of community activists, of course, and the inheritance of the 1976 uprising, which will then turn 50 years next year. So, in that, decoloniality also teaches us about the knowing and the seeing of practices and knowledges that exist within community. Professor Ramose teaches us about the African concept of wholeness does not rely on the individual, but is more about where the individual comes from and how the individual makes sense of themselves and the world that are surround them. On the weekend, I attended a funeral of a close family friend of my family, my grandmother, my mother, and us, the children. And what I found interesting about the service is that many people who took on the podium spoke about Ubuntu and emphasizing that Ubuntu is not something that you automatically accumulate by having these university accolades. And it was quite an interesting critique coming from the elders of of the community, talking about this important element, this philosophy, this principle that people, that Black people or young people need to be aware of and need to forge forward towards um, adopting, because it can only be taught and it can only be known in community. No matter who you become, your professorship or your doctorship, Ubuntu is not, they kept emphasizing Ubuntu you won't find at a university. And that for me was also telling about the alienation of what our education creates of us in that, and creates a repellent towards us and our community. Now that you have these accolades, you have these badges, these gowns, then you no longer have Ubuntu and your people cannot relate to you. So when we think of decolonial studies and decolonial praxis within the university and outside, um, Professor Ramos still teaches us about the African tree of knowledge stems from Ubuntu. So Ubuntu then defines the epistemic praxis and the making of knowledge. So and at UNISA, I've had the privilege to be part of the decoloniality Africana thought discourse and critique module, which was built on the basis of that, of finding the humanness in the praxis of delivering the study and finding the humanness in the content that the studies are being offered to students. And one of the series that we run yearly called the Decolonial Community Dialogues is when we invite uh, members of the community who are engaged in decolonial praxis in their respective ways to come in and have a conversation with students. And part of the reflection of that specific um, those specific sessions or moments is that students find that they are able to go back to their community and see how they can collaborate in knowledge making and create projects that speak to the progression and the breaking of the high walls from the university to the community. So that they, I would just like to thank you for this talk this morning. Thank you for reminding us that we need to pay attention to the mind of the child, but not from an empty versal perspective, but understanding that the child is also there to teach, and also reminding us through your music and through the talk that what we need to learn and the very hidden knowledges that are supposed to uplift us as a people and make us holistically human are also found at our backyards. So thank you.
Don't run away after that beautiful response. Thank you so much, Bali, for an attentive and articulate, and by articulate I mean just on the money account of the work that the Suhum is doing, and also just illustrating that there's a symbiotic relationship between the university and who the university attends to. And so when we are remaking canons or breaking canons, our work is made easy by having them ready made. So unfortunately, Tate Suhuma had to go outside of the university to find what he needed, but now we have it. And as we reclaim Africa's intellectual futures, we simply have it there for us, ready made. With that, I think we can move on to a brief Q&A session. I'm sure people have questions or comments. I think we have about 15 minutes for a Q&A. Let me ask for one more round of applause for a beautiful keynote and a beautiful response. Thank you. I believe, yes, I can see the young and energetic mic holder. Hands. Anybody has a quick? I see one hand over there. Perhaps we can do a round of three, and then we'll see. And then I see another hand over there, and then one more question or comment. Shall we start with those two, and then we can see what that sparks?
Thank you very much. Today, insightful presentation talk. Yeah, it's welcomed very well lately. So keep on learning every day. Come to campus. No more learning from home and stuff. But it's a critique too. So yeah, it's David Ngubuka, UNISA sabbatical, HSRC, residency, UJ, UP, and FITS. So my question is in regards with the issue of measuring the value of education, yeah, in the country or in the continent. Yeah, from the government of ANC that keeps on devaluing our education. For instance, we see what's happening with the firing of Minister of Education, completely absurd. But now the issue is now as are we gonna measure the emergency, the praxis of education? Yeah, as we seek to change the climate, how is gonna pan out our continental determined contribution to reach, if we're gonna seek to reach or to change the climate, our continental decoloniality contribution, how are they gonna pan out in regards? We can consider our defiance campaigns, but yeah, is it initiation schools our solution for to build the future? But we see that could also come with some solution or prevention, as we see teenage pregnancies in schools, and we see pandemic of nyaupes in the townships, which remain operating systems of apartheid. But now, how are we gonna alter as natives? How are we gonna alter and compete in the global arena as we are in the age of the digital? We are moving or we are heading to the digital praxis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next hand is out back.
Ke a leboha, ke Lehasa Moloi. Ntate Some, thank you very much for walking a journey with us to connect. There is a dilemma. While we carry the bubble of life within ourselves, of something that is ancestral, as expressed through our clan names, and we are reaching to that. But we also realize the entrapping Alcatraz created by the modernity project that we are living within It speaks the language of AI. It speaks about, economic innovation, and it is moving to the center of that very storm that had actually captured us. Just as a personal view, finding a middle line of comfort of one's identity within the pains of a system that is also at work, that we are seeking to model the society in. Just how we deal with that balance. Thank you.
I don't know if you guys want to come up. Okay, we'll give you this mic to be able to respond.
Yeah, I wasn't writing anything. I was just trying to take it from. In fact, as it is the middle ground that we're talking, we find in that same space, like I said, when I mentioned that children are our greatest potential resource, and they are most valuable possession, because every child, it is said, comes with what it is that makes them themselves, whether they are in the continent or in Europe or anywhere else. So under any other circumstance, if the people who are elected by ourselves to take care of our matters relating to national matters and things actually could particularly be true to what it is that they are meant to fulfill, it becomes easy that, for example, when you want to take a lot of money and put it into health, but you do not encourage people to exercise, So there are things that would actually go hand in hand. And it has to be that the people who are supposed to be in leadership positions are supposed to come with programs that answer those kind of questions, because incidentally, this space is called Kgorong. When I started playing the drum there, in traditional Africa, Kgoro is a space, it's a communal space where people get to meet and discuss things that affect the people in that particular space and time. And also acknowledging that one might not have the monopoly of wisdom. That is why it would take a number of people to meet in that kind of space, to talk about things that are imperative in moving certain narratives forward. For example, if you take a child from CAR, or in South Africa, for example, you put them here, and you take a child from China. Here we have children that half the time would be taught about the kettle. And the kettle, I'm talking the one that we boil water with, A kettle. They teach you about kettle. Now, you can imagine how a child has to recover from being called a kettle that makes water or boils water to unfastening some semiconductors in some instrument called a cell phone or a laptop. If you go to China, you find children playing with semiconductors. You know, they are made there. Here, half the time, we're teaching our children about being cattle. In China, they're teaching them something else. And they have the numbers. So, it is not by accident that a place like China is a superpower. Your Koreas and your whatever else that are coming behind are following behind. For example, it actually takes a situation where Switzerland doesn't have any natural resources, but it's the world's richest country. Africa should actually be a first world country because it's the richest continent, but it's full of poor people. So there's a dichotomy there. There's a contrast, you know, because our priorities are messed up. And to achieve that level of attending to those things that will address some of the things that you are mentioning, if we find a direction against the background of history, our consciousness, our spirituality, there's nothing that makes us different from the people in China. The only thing is we're looking at the wrong things. Maybe stealing money. You know, like somebody from what I understand had to pay bail of 200,000 at some stage. After paying the bail, they still had 265,000, 265 million in their personal account. But this person has never worked in their whole life. So you can imagine there is that thing that says our priorities are warped. They are just like the time. When I was saying, when we talk about, we start counting from one, we do not associate, because it has been perpetuated, this thing. We do not even imagine. It's like when a person is put into a hypnosis. When you put somebody into a hypnosis, normally when they get you out of that stage, they say, no, wake up. All the past has gone now and whatever. When you come out of that trance, you know you are disoriented. So we are a disoriented people. If we could take that and put it aside and get our priorities in order, I think the resources that we have in the continent, not only in the country, in the continent, but also in the country as well, could match. And that's why the Chinese and the Americans are after those resources, because they see that it looks like we're not particular. We can't even fix those machines that extract some of those mineral resources from our countries. They get shipped to some faraway land and they come back and they sold to us. So something is not right. And until we get that in order, a space like the name of this function hall, which is called Kgorong, is where people meet and discuss matters of national importance. So it is not, for me, this space and the name of this venue is not an accident. Kgorong is aptly named, where people can sit and talk sharp amongst themselves about what it is or what it is not that they may be doing right. and acknowledging that no one person can have the monopoly of wisdom. That's why two heads will always be better than one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sihum. We won't have time for another round of questions, but I thought that perhaps Bali would also like to respond to the questions. You have a question? Please. And then we'll close.
My question to you, I guess I'm piggybacking from Abuti at the back, who spoke about what is the solution to, he asked the question, what is the solution to solve the problems of the now using the teachings of the past? And I'm interested in your idea of music of the mountain specifically. When I think about the mountain, it's such a mysterious place, and it's also a potential site of or venture of learning. I'm interested to know what are these very teachings that live in the mountain that are so important for you to even ground your portrayal of your music as music of the mountain. What about the mountain produces that sound?
Hmm.
When I spoke about the rite of passage. Sometimes they say the people have gone to the mountain, but it does not necessarily mean they get to do, it's got to do with elevating or taking these kids from a space of being very young into maybe adulthood, or getting them to understand certain things that they may have to face as adults. So the rite of passage, or in other words, put as people who have actually gone to the mountain, symbolically, the mountain, with all those mysteries that you may be mentioning, the level of spirituality that you get in a space like that is what has been lost in this process. A mountain is colossal. That's why some other people try to climb Mount Kilimanjaro or some other very big, humongous mountains, just to show that, you know, the human spirit can soar that high, you know? But when you are in that space, as opposed to when you are in the townships where we reside, which were the reserves for cheap labor, you know, the kind of spirituality and the air that you find there is such that you are able to connect with yourself, and under any other circumstance, the connection that you get in a space like that, as opposed to the kind of disconnection that you get when you attend, in this present time, the public schools or staying in the townships, tells us to say, for as long as we are disconnected from ourselves, we'll always be wondering, and we'll always be wanting to ask the next person, how do I get wherever? You know? So in very simple terms, music of the mountain would mean exactly that. Music of the day before yesterday, for a people of the day after tomorrow. Because the knowledge and the knowledge systems and the spirituality, you know, like sometimes when I'm on, I'll give you an example. Sometimes when I'm on the farm, and there's this gentle breeze that's flowing, you know, the air is fresh. It's not contaminated by all sorts of manner of things. Sometimes somebody may phone and say, "Where are you?" I say, "I'm on the farm." And says, "What are you doing?" And then there's that breeze. I'm saying I'm with the Holy Spirit. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. Um, Thank you so much for calling attention also to the space we are in. I think that you said something that struck a chord, Mbali, in response. You said, well, now my screen just closed, but you said something, and I'll misquote you, about who has the luxury to be human, if I'm correct. And I think that in Kgorong a few months ago, Professor Mokgobera Mose was here speaking about precisely this, and he he articulates in his works a very important principle that we all maybe are aware of, but feta kgomo o tshware motho is perhaps one that we need to contemplate in much more serious and elaborate fashion as we contemplate the use of our resources, um, and our priorities, as you said. So, thank you so much for coming to Kgorong and for bringing matters of national importance to the fore here. And thank you, Mbali, for your response. And thank you, everybody, for your questions and your engagement. Can we give them a round of applause? I see one last hand, but I don't think we're going to have time to take it. So I'm going to please call up our Dean and Deputy Dean to please give over gifts to Mbali and to Ntate Sihume. Um, and then we'll just take a quick photo with them. Let me first call Mbali and say thank you so much. And sizoyithatha ngapho. Okay, here you go. Thank you. Take a picture. Where's Then Tate Suhume, thank you so much for giving us a sample of the African classical music. We will hold it for the canon. Thank you.
Oh.
I should very quickly please make an announcement. We are asked that when you head over in that direction, you sign the register for us. I was just asked to remind you of that. Um, Thank you so much. Last round of applause. Okay, so that was the first part of our gathering, and now we are going to move to the second part. Is Katlego nearby? Yes, yes, Katlego Brian Pilan. I hear that you have a little something something for us. Is that right? Yeah, sort of, kinda, maybe. Do you need this mic? Okay.
Thank you, PD. Thank you, PD. Colleagues, I'm told that the organizing committee organized a little gifty for someone who will get what I'm about to do right, right? So I'm gonna just ask you, colleagues, to open your minds. Be creative. So you can be the winner of that particular gift. I don't know it, so I don't know what it is. So in the college we have, okay, I'm not, yeah, several projects. Through these projects, so we have one for multilingual proverbs, and they're made in 4 languages for now. So we use emojis like what you have on your text, on your WhatsApp, and what you use here. We use those to depict particular proverbs. So I want to show you something, and you tell me what proverb does this depict. Ne? And if you get it, you get the gift. So I'm promoting another project in this project. So, okay, camera, am I good? Okay, right. No, I need the camera. Yeah, there we go. It's a Setsonga, but I think it's also applicable in other African languages. I think, but also English also does have this particular proverb. Yeah, you are the PD. You can choose.
Somebody at you over there at the back. Please tell us.
The microphone.
Oh, where is it?
Wilmont, yeah.
You must get it right because I've seen what's inside.
Lang,
Okay.
ke kgopela go araba ka Sepedi, nna ke Mopedi.
Bulela ka Sepedi.
Okay, seema se se re, khudu ga e lahle legapi la yone. In English, they would say a leopard does not lose its spot, but in this sense, re bolela ka khudu with the leopard.
Yeah.
But my translation to it in English is a leopard does not lose its sport. Ka Sepedi re re khudu ga e lahle legapi. Meaning the tortoise never loses its
share.
share.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Correct? That brings us to an end of part one of our proceedings. A leopard does not lose its spots as a tortoise does not lose its shell. With that, we will move on to the core business of the day, which is our nominee presentations and the adjudication process. And so our nominees will soon join us to give us some presentations on the work that they've been doing the past year. I should very briefly say the categories because we did not say these here. There are a couple of categories in which the nominees have entered in. The first is Lifetime Award for Contribution to Teaching and Learning. Second is Module Design. Third is Student Success and Retention. The fourth is Assessment. The fifth is Student Support. The sixth is Innovation in Tuition. The seventh is Scholarship in Teaching and Learning. And the eighth is Transformation in Teaching and Learning. So everybody who has entered today has entered in one of these categories, and they will then give us a brief presentation on what they're doing in these various categories. I'll very quickly also tell you, with relation to the theme, just for context, that going beyond the expectation, unified uniqueness for student success, for us represents four things. The first is fostering collaborative learning, similar to the zebra, who has their unique stripes, but also works always together with the others in the herd. Students learn better from their peers and in a social context. The second is student-centeredness, where students are viewed as unique individuals, and this again refers to the uniqueness of the stripes, with their own set of skills which need to be catered for, similar to the zebra stripes that are unique or to one's fingerprint. The third is fostering creativity and innovation. And the fourth is inclusiveness, meaning no student is left behind. And this UNISA has a unique place in being able to effect because we reach all parts of the country, we reach many parts of the continent, we even reach students in places that are inaccessible to any other university, such as incarcerated students. And so the social impact of what we do here cannot be understated. With that, let me call our first, there we go. The first nominee presentation, and I'll ask you to come up, is a team from social work who, of course, attend to the very difficult things that we've been discussing this morning. The nominee presentation is for Excellence Award in Student Support. Let me please call up Dr. Daitska Kalitz, Dr. Jan Masombuka, and Prof. Andri Adlam from the Department of Social Work. And let me very briefly read you their bios. Am I correct? You're first? Yes, okay. Dr. Kalitz forms the team of lecturers for Advanced Integrated Social Work Practice. She started at UNISA in 2016 as part of the Social Work Department. She holds a BA in Psychology, BA Honors in Social Work, MA in Social Work, and a PhD in Social Work from the Northwest University from 2013. Her PhD dissertation was titled An Empowerment Program to Regain Positive Work Engagement for Social Workers in the Northwest Province. Her niche areas include job engagement, job satisfaction and burnout, employee assistance programs, workplace resilience, trafficking, and social work casework. She is a mother of 5 and loves traveling and watching crime series. Why do people who always do such important and gruesome work love crime series? And then Dr. Jan Masombuka, who is also part of that same team, is a senior lecturer at the UNISA Department of Social Work. He is a co-lecturer for Advanced Integrated Social Work Practice, and he believes that history does not define the student journey, but adequate support and empowerment enable students to optimally use their capabilities and gifts to attain positive outcomes in their academic journey. Professor Andri Adlam is a lecturer also in the Department of Social Work, College of Human Sciences at UNISA, and she coordinates the 4th year core module in Advanced Integrated Social Work Practice, with a focus on transformation, work integrated learning that prepares students for ethical and contextually responsive practice. Can I invite you guys up, please, for your presentation?
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, students, and all protocols observed. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to present our strategies on how we. All right, we are just waiting for the PowerPoint, but just for the introduction is that we are really grateful that we've been nominated for this award, and we are looking forward to share with you our strategies that we are implementing in our module to support our students. And I'm glad that they are here to even attest to what I'll be saying. So thank you very much. So we'll just wait for the presentation, then we proceed. And I must say that it is really an honor also to also speak after the powerful speakers, you know. So, and they spoke about a lot about the issue of Afrocentric, which aligns very well with our module. We can tell you now that we have obtained 99% of our pass rate last year. And this is because we've put a lot of strategies to support our students, and we hope even others can learn as to what we are doing. But our point of departure, in PSW 4805 is that we start with a research. When our students enroll at the beginning of the year, we try to make a thorough research. We know that the registration provide us with the basic information of the students, but we make it our business to ensure that we understand our students, where they are. We want to understand if our students are having electricity, where are they located, are they having laptops, are they disabled, or are they living with disability. We want to even go to the extent of understanding whether our students are pregnant or whatever, And we are doing this to ensure that we understand our students, because we cannot have support strategies, that does not talk to our students. Our students are our customers, and once we get that information, we then try to come up with customized student support, and it tells us, as to whether we can be able to do a workshop during the day or not, because if we've got students, a lot of our students that are working, obviously, if we schedule a workshop during the day, they might not even attend to that workshop, So that's why we make sure that any support that we provide to our student is customer made, So we do a lot of research, and that is why we ended up with 99%, But let me go to my presentation. As they've introduced us, I'm one third of the BSW Dream Team, along with Prof. Adlem and Dr. Khalid. And we are really, really grateful. Whoever has nominated us, we are really, really grateful colleagues. At first, we thought that we are just doing what other lecturers are doing at UNISA, But perhaps somebody noted that there's something extraordinary that we are doing, that perhaps people need to learn from what we are doing. So we are supervising students on daily basis, answering emails. And one thing about the team is that we panic when our WhatsApp group goes very quiet for too long. It tells us that perhaps there's a student somewhere who doesn't have access to electricity, who has network issues. Because our students are very, very vocal. They are here. They will attest to that. So we answer WhatsApp group every day. So, and if they get quiet, for 2 days, 3 days, we get worried, We get worried about that, because silence is not golden for us, So, with regard to our philosophy, we follow transformative learning, Afrocentric, and constructivism. And I'm sure Prof. Tlawangwane, Mr. Suhume, and the other speaker will be happy to hear that we really putting more effort on Afrocentric, So, and we basically believe that students are not empty vessels to be just filled, but they are resilient, brilliant humans who already come with a full tank, just occasionally low on bandwidth or caffeine, And that's how we treat our students, that they are not just empty, We empower them, we work with what they have, because we believe in them, So, and as social workers ourselves, we know that real learning does not happen in a vacuum. It happens in a messy, beautiful chaos of real life. So if a student dog eats the microphone during a Zoom oral exam, and yes, that happened, we respond with a gentle flexibility. We use our Ubuntu, you know. At some instances, we get students that will even break down during the exam, you know. And that's where our Ubuntu comes in. We are not rigid with regard to the fact that we've said that this is an exam and you must sit for it. If your mother has passed away today and you are supposed to be sit for the exam, then you must sit for it. We are not doing that. You know, we are very flexible in our response. You know, and we ensure that there's a fairness in between. You know, so and it also comes from our profession. You know that we are humans. You know, before we are learners. You know, so one of the award criteria in ensuring sustained, continuous, and broad student support. So one of the award criteria is ensuring sustained, continuous, and uh, broad support. So what did we do as the team? You know, in that uh, category or in that criteria. You know, we normally host right at the beginning of the year. We start by hosting uh, our structured orientations, which are very, very detailed, you know. And amongst the others, the research that I spoke about, you know, it also part of the agenda in those orientations, so that we can really understand and we orientate our students about what are the academic requirements that are there, you know. So we give them very, very detailed information right from the beginning, you know. And we also make sure that, you know, to adhere to that criteria, we make sure that we answer emails within 48 hours. Even when those emails arrived at 2 a.m. and start with, and they know what they are doing to us, you know. They will say, sorry for the long message, doctor. Bad. And that email ends with 12 paragraph and with a new life story, you know. So that's what we are dealing with, you know. And it doesn't matter if it's a weekend, it's a long weekend, you know, we adhere to the 48 hours, you know, the three of us, you know. We ensure that that we respond because our students are our priority, you know. And we create a podcast. We've got broadcast and workshops that we have, you know. And we are not just teaching modules, you know, in our context. We running a radio station, a therapy hotline, and a virtual university at once, you know. So we get so busy, you know, right from the beginning of the year and throughout the end, you know. And the best part of this story is that our students show up, you know. They engaged, and like I've said, they passed with 99%, you know. And this is one of the part of the strategies that we really we are using. And the 1%, you know, might still be watching, you know, our podcast somewhere where we don't know, where there's no network with zero point 0.5 speed, you know. So social work is tough. So we just don't focus on academic support, like I've said, you know, but we also made space for the feelings of our students, you know. We engage with them, you know, we gauge their emotions, you know, on regular basis. We provide our structured supervision become a kind of group therapy. We checked on our students' mental health, and then we help them process placement stress and occasionally explain what reflection in actual context means, you know, not just to say that I just had a hard week, you know. We just want we get deeper, you know, to reflect, you know, during our group therapy, you know, or our group sessions that we conduct with them, mostly on weekly basis, And we complement emotional support with major administrative and discipline resources. Our students receive clear guidance on practical matters, such as the scheduling and submission policies, while also engaging in case studies and real-world placement and bridge theory and practice. Our role plays offer hands-on experience that prepares them for real-life scenarios in social work and enhancing their learning experience. Administratively, we made sure that students had every contact number that they might need. That is very, very important. We give them every resource, in terms of the contact numbers, or any other resource that they might require, Of course, except for our Netflix login, you know. But we give them they've got our contact numbers, we go to that extent, They know where to get counseling, student support and everything, And if it needs to be, we even outsource, some of the resources that they might really need, From oral scheduling to flexible submission, we treat our students not just as learners, but as humans. And the discipline specific support, we also had that one, Like I've said, we give our students real case studies. We put them into a real world placement. And in our role plays, we've got simulations that we are doing, Our lecturers here will even pretend to be SASA officials, during their role plays, So to ensure that we link them with the actual case studies and what they will be dealing with, in the real world, Then, if you think supporting students is tricky, then try managing field supervisors from 9 provinces. We've got field supervisors in our module, and we manage them, and they are all over the country. We train them, update them, and we WhatsApp them, and even send emails with subject lines like, "Agent, please check what you are not check that you are not on mute, during live sessions, And we treat our supervisors not just as background characters, but as co-workers. They provide valuable service for our students, because they supervise our students. When they get practical experience, we link them with our supervisors, who make sure that they uh, empower them, to be best professionals as they can, and that happens on weekly basis. So they play a very valuable role, our supervisors. And then in our module, one of the principles that guide us, we don't just want students um, to pass, Although it is commendable that we get 99%, and we are hoping that we are going to get 100%, this year. But we want to produce students that are critical thinkers. We want them to become confident, reflective, ethical professionals who know how to analyze case study, and especially in that is whom, talking to you, because I know that you are very passionate about Afrocentric. We make sure that our case studies, and Professor Hlabangwan, that our case studies are South African, They deal with real South African cases, So we want them to be able to analyze those cases. We are just moving away from Eurocentric. We've integrated a lot of information from South Africa, So even in our study guides or wherever, we deal with South African cases as much as we can, And we want to make sure that our students that we produce are able to navigate placement site, and are able to even send professional email. That does not begin with, "Hi, doctor, We don't want that. We don't want our students to produce such images. We try to empower students to make sure that they are very, very professional, even in their writing. So we achieve this through supervision themes, ethical debate, creative assignments, and gentle art of reminding them 6 times that their oral slot is tomorrow. Now I know that what you are thinking, that sounds like a lot, that we are doing. And you are right, it is a lot, because it involves a lot of heart, a lot of hustle, and a lot of humor. And one thing that we are taking away, is that we've learned, throughout the process that we must laugh. We must laugh about it. Otherwise, if we don't laugh about it, we end up crying. And if we cry, then students cry, and everyone just cries, in teams. So this nomination means the world to us, not because we are in it for awards really, but because it recognizes the invisible labor that goes into caring, mentoring, and holding space for students in an ODEL context. We are proud of what we have built in BSW for the 805, as a team. This module is not just a curriculum to us, it's a community. So thank you for seeing us, those who have nominated us. Thank you very much. Thank you for valuing student support. And thank you for letting us share our story. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you. Thank you. I think we can go.
Yes, because then you're going to come back.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I think the key word here was mistakenly gotten a 99% pass rate, which indicates that this is not usual and requires an exceptional amount of work to do. So congratulations to you and thank you for the presentation. We'll give them another round of applause, please. Our next nominee is Ms. Hermione Leroux, and she will come up and present on the Excellence Award for Module Design. I'll very briefly read her brief bio. Hermione, Hermione is a junior lecturer at the Department of Afrikaans and Theory of Literature, where she teaches Afrikaans linguistics. Her research interests include persuasive texts and queer studies. Please come on up and give us your presentation.
There we go. Sanmonani, Dumelang, Awe. I am completely dependent on my slides at this point, so if you could hover that on the screen. Like our presenter said, I'm Hermione Leroux. I work at Afrikaans and Theory of Literature. I am a junior lecturer there where I focus on persuasive text teaching linguistics, and I'm still waiting for the slides. There we go. Marvelous. Could we go to the next one? Lovely. There is a brief summary of what I've just told you. I've been nominated for the prize in module design. AFK 2603, which is the module that I teach, was recurriculated last year. It has been made live for 2025. And so far, the responses from the students are very good. Could we please go to the next slide? Short module overview then. It is Advanced Afrikaans Grammar for First Additional Language Speakers. It's not everyone's favorite subject, but It is also a requirement from the Department of Higher Education, so we try to make it their favorite. It gives a brief overview of the field of linguistics. For those of you who are familiar with the field of formative linguistics, you have your phonetics, phonology, morphology, and so on. We give a brief overview of each of those categories. It provides a foundation then for the students who wish to carry on with the study of linguistics, not necessarily only in Afrikaans, but in linguistics in general, and maybe the principles that they learn where we focus in my module on learning Afrikaans can be applied to other languages. It also is a reflection of AFK 2602, which is the first language grammar module, the home language module, which of course is aimed at home language students. As I have briefly touched upon, we have the phonetics, morphology, syntax, semantics, reading, writing, listening, and speaking. All of those are what we consider basic skills in the field of linguistics, and you have to have a good mastery of that should you wish to carry on with the study of language, any particular language or general linguistics, before you can then carry on with the more advanced studies. We do focus on Afrikaans, and like I said, the principles of these various fields can then be applied to other languages. isiZulu, for example, has a very complex morphology where one word can then represent in Afrikaans or in English an entire sentence. You also have examples of Greek and Latinate words, for example, which are then technical terms in any field, specifically when it comes to science and technology. Dictionary skills. Any lecturer will tell you that dictionary skills is a very important thing to have because we deal with a lot of terminologies in every field. So having that basic skill of how do we use a dictionary, how do we use a bilingual dictionary, for example, are getting very, very important, especially in the multilingual context where we find ourselves. And I give a warning about the unchecked use of generative AI. It's not necessarily the student's most favorite thing to do, but I do warn them about AI hallucinating, which can mean that it makes up, yeah, it does. It makes up sources and facts, and it can also be very misleading in many cases. Brief overview of the pedagogical information and the models that we used. Bloom's digital taxonomy. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this module, where Bloom's classical taxonomy was changed from nouns into verbs, because when we know something, we can understand it, we can apply it, we can synthesize. That is a very good model to have. I also used the KELP model. KELP stands for Knowledge, Experience, Learning, and Processing. And this is a circular model where you can then revisit that knowledge all the time, which is very important in a language where repetition is key to learning anything. Repetition is key to learning anything. And then the last pedagogical model that I use is Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems theory. This is very important in the context of open distance education because UNISA students are not a homogeneous group. We have students who are sitting, as our colleagues from social work said, sitting without electricity or internet, and then on the other side we have people who sleep with heaters on and don't worry about electricity bills and whatever the case may be. So we have to take all of those experiences into account. We also have to take into account the sometimes difficult and painful history that Afrikaans presents and work with that as well. So what does this mean then for the module design? We have student-centered practices and content. We try to make it relevant to the student's lived experience. That is very important. An easy and logical design. If students can't work with an easy and logical design, they're not going to go through the work, they're not going to master the content, they are going to have a negative impression of whatever it is that we are trying to teach them. And lastly is accessibility. This is one that frequently goes by the wayside. Things like, are we accommodating people who can't see well? Are we accommodating those who may be hard of hearing or uh, have other physical disabilities that may hinder their experience? The last point on the slide is asynchronic engagement of the students. I have lectures that I present, but I also know that the students cannot necessarily be present for those lectures. Every year I give them a little poll where I say, you've got a choice. Are we having a class on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday? Is it in the morning, in the afternoon, or in the evening? And according to that, we schedule the classes where the majority can then meet. Those classes are then recorded, edited, and posted online for later review to encourage asynchronic engagement with the lecture material. The easy and logical design. This is more a design than the module content. High contrast text is very important for those who have visual problems. I also stayed away from things like the color yellow and the color green, because that is very often associated with color blindness, and there's also very often problems with displaying those lighter colors. So the colors are always high contrast, very vibrant. The use of H5P files. This is a very lacquer technology to use, especially when you want to create games. Gamification is a very big thing at this point in time in the academy, as far as I'm given to understand. I'm a linguist, not a pedagogy expert, but I have found that these H5P files, which you use to create games or to condense text or whatever the case may be, just makes it easier for students to engage. Logical grouping of information, of course, that helps with, where do I find this specifically? It also speaks to the last point there, the 3 clicks and the 3 screens. The 3-click rule basically says you mustn't have more than 3 clicks to get to the relevant information, because otherwise the students are going to lose interest. I found this to be extremely true. You also need to keep in mind that people aren't going to read more than 3 screens full unless they are doom scrolling or really interested in what you are telling them. I have yet to meet a student who is really interested in the international phonetic alphabet that I give them in a table that's about that long. So keeping that in mind, those are the design elements that I have built in just to make it more accessible and a bit more interesting. The content of the module, priority of course is given to local scholars like Vannie Karstens, Gerard van Heijsteen, and other prominent figures who work at local universities. There are also authoritative international scholars consulted, because we cannot work in isolation in linguistics. Language is a global phenomenon, so we have to look globally as well, even though we give priority to local scholars. And of course, there's a logical build that is illustrated on the next slide. First, we have the phonetics, which is the sound. What I'm doing now, I'm producing sound. The sounds, of course, then form words. Words form sentences. And each of those then give us our subfields of phonetics, morphology, syntax, and semantics. And we then synthesize these skills in the reading and writing where we put all of it into practice. Next slide, please. This is a bit where I show you what the website looks like, because it's all fine and well for me to tell you I have done this and this and that, but you need to see it, because of course this is about design. So over to recorded me for this bit of the presentation. You need to play the video. I swear it worked in rehearsal yesterday. Yeah, that one.
Fine. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Say some other things. About linguistics.
Okay.
And your classroom. I don't know.
While we're waiting for the video to play in absentia, I would like to thank Dr. Alda van der Merwe, who was the critical reader for this module, and to Jessica Nell, who was the the education consultant for this module. A lot of the skills, especially regarding the H5P and the more technical things, were more her training and my application. We
While we wait for the video, can I butt in and ask you a very quick question?
Of course.
How have the students received the new module design versus your old one that required more than 3 clicks to get to critical information?
Aha. I have. Oh, it seems like they.
Recording
Yeah?
is working.
There's no sound.
Maybe speak over it, if you can remember. Okay, you answer my question. I'll ask them what's happening with the sound.
Okay. While we're figuring this out, to answer the question, I have again done a little poll, and so far it seems that the students are very receptive to the new design. Under the additional resources, we have the declaration of own recorded me is working now. In this short video, I will give a brief walkthrough of what the module. In this short video, I will give a brief walkthrough of what the module design looks like. On the main landing page, you will see a colorful banner welcoming the students. You will also see that there is a logical layout of every component on the module site. These components include announcements, additional resources, the assessments, the learning units, a lectures folder, the discussion forums, polls, and PDF versions of the learning units, among other things. Under the additional resources, we have the declaration of own work forms, videos and dictionary use, a podcast of my own creation called Language Blurbs, and multilingual glossaries, among other things. Let's have a look at what a typical learning unit might look like. For the purposes of this demonstration, we will focus on Learning Unit 3, which was also the prototype for the recurriculation of this module. The design elements I kept in mind were the 3-click rule, the 3 screens rule, and having high contrast elements. You will see that there is a clear black and white color contrast, which makes it easier for students to read. The orange, which is used by UNISA as a default on the module site, also contributes to adding a bit of color and to the overall design, though I cannot take credit for that. You will see here that the first page is not much more than 3 screens full. Pictures and color give indications of what the student needs to know on this page. On this page, we have an example of an H5P file that has been used to convey information to students. Here, the students can click on the various anatomical features to find more information about them. You will notice it only takes one click to get the information and another click to make it go away. This then adheres to the 3-click rule that I have kept in mind during the design of this module. The H5P accordion is a useful tool to keep the 3-screen rule. The text appears and disappears when you click on the various elements in the accordion. The use of H5P files engages the students in a more interactive way, which keeps them engaged with the work that paper behind glass is not capable, in my opinion, of doing. This page slightly breaks the rule of the 3 screens full because we are illustrating each sound on its own. Right at the end of this page, there is an interactive IPA chart where you can then listen to the various sounds. Every learning unit has a summary at the end which builds to the next learning unit. The sources are stated in case students wish to consult those sources in their own time. Depending on the layout of the learning unit, the activities may be interdispersed between the content pages, given at the end, or may even be as forums in the file where you find the content pages. On this page, we have an H5P file where students can fill in a crossword puzzle pertaining to the content of the specific learning unit. To illustrate the point I made previously about forums found in the file, this is what it would look like. We have our content page on the left, and then the various forum activities follow in that folder. This concludes the short video presentation of the module layout. And with that, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. LaRue, for the presentation and for your patience. We'll move swiftly along to our next category, which is the presentation for Excellence Award assessment in assessment. I will call back up Dr. Khaled, Dr. Masumbuka, and Prof. Adlam, please, for this category.
Before I start, usually at the end of the year, one of our assessments are oral assessments. Students are very anxious about that. We have to prepare them and tell them just to be themselves. And usually we say, take a deep breath. Now, I'm telling Henri now, take a deep breath. Calm down. Okay. Are we ready? All right. Good morning, colleagues, guests, and fellow champions of carefully curated chaos, otherwise known as assessment. I'm here to tell a story, Not about a perfect course with perfect students and perfect Wi-Fi, but about BSW 4805, a final year social work model where rubrics met reflection, growth collided with deadlines, and sometimes the only thing holding everything together was WhatsApp and the occasional prayer. We turned assessment into a living process, a compassionate, practical, sometimes messy, but always purposeful journey. And yes, it involves rubrics. Before we dive into rubrics so detailed, they should have had plot summaries, voice notes, and the madness of deadlines. Allow me to introduce the minds behind the madness. We're not just lecturers, we're professors of purpose and occasionally panic management. Prof. Henri Atlam, that's now myself, strategic visionary and academic, the glue stick and favorite line, where is the evidence? Dr. Buka, reflective practitioner and ethics whisperer, he can detect missing critical reflection from 100 meters away. Dr. Karditz, on this side, digital practitioner and spreadsheet philosopher, believes in deadlines strongly, lovingly, and persistently. Together, we have designed this module not as a checklist of tasks, but as a dynamic process of professional becoming. Our teaching and learning philosophy is based on social justice, because fighting inequality never goes out of style. Human dignity, no one gets left behind, not even in the tutorial letters, especially not when feedback includes emojis and affirmations. Transformative learning, we don't just teach, we spark evolution. This philosophy isn't theoretical fluff. It powers BSW 4805, Advanced Integrated Social Work Practice, our core, fourth level work integrated learning module in the Bachelor of Social Work program. A model where theory walks hand in hand with practice and where reflection is not a buzzword, it's a lifeline. We don't claim perfection, but we claim intentionality. Every decision in this module is fueled by values, guided by educational theory, and occasionally powered by copious amounts of coffee and strong Wi-Fi signal. And now, to start with what truly anchors us, our philosophy. So, when we say our students learn through doing, through failing, through crying, and because of it, and sometimes through reflecting on ethics while rocking a baby to sleep with one arm and typing with the other, that's the beauty of a strength based approach. We don't focus on what's missing, we celebrate what's present. They show up, they adapt, they persevere, even when Harvard referencing has to happen between nap times and nappy changes. And underpinning all of this is constructivism, because we know that real learning doesn't happen in isolation. Our students build meaning by connecting theory to their lived realities, layering understanding between feedings, deadlines, and daily challenges. Each reflection, each assignment becomes a stepping stone in constructing their professional identity. That's not just learning, that's empowered, real life resilience, and deep, meaningful growth in action. Formative and summative assessments were deliberately aligned to reality. Formative assessments offered regular, supportive feedback to guide students as they made sense of complex field experiences, while summative tasks provided space for deeper integration and demonstration of the applied knowledge and ethical insight. This wasn't a module, this was a simulation of real life social work under academic pressure and digital stress. BSW 4805 is built on work integrated learning. Our students are out there in the field, in placements, dealing with community needs, trauma, and sometimes being the only person with signal in the village. We scaffolded assessments around that reality. Weekly workshops, supervision, community reports, group work proposals, and oral assessments. Students didn't just complete the task, they had to live the profession. This innovative approach transforms traditional assignments into reflective experiences, enabling students to critically assess their learning journey and personal growth. As one said, this wasn't an assignment, it was a mirror. Yes, our rubrics were long. One student joked, "Ma'am, do I need to write a mini thesis to understand your rubric?" And I said, "No, just read it slowly, like poetry with snacks." But the truth is, our rubrics weren't just tools, they were maps. They broke down expectations and gave clarity. We moved away from the dreaded see attach rubric feedback and offered formative guidance that supported the next step. And sometimes the best feedback came not from rubrics or real-time dashboards, but during those, yes, they were planned and still boring night sessions, where students unexpectedly mastered group work theory by surviving group work reality in their placements, complete with clashing personalities, missing members, and last-minute WhatsApps. ODEL is a beautiful philosophy until a student is trying to upload their POE on Edge signal from behind the kraal. We embrace flexibility through journals and client reports, voice notes as assessment submissions, Microsoft Teams orals with PowerPoint screens shared sideways, WhatsApp group feedback at 9 p.m. because they were working during the day. We didn't assess who could write the longest essay. We assessed who could reflect, connect, and integrate theory into the chaos of life. If assessment is done well, you can watch the identity form. Through group work, reflections, and oral assessments, students move from "I hope I passed" to "I now understand how to advocate for my client." One journal entry captured it beautifully. "This week broke me, but it also built me." And that's what we're aiming for. Not just competent students, but self-aware, ethical, and socially grounded professionals. Let's not sugarcoat it. Students cried. Lecturers cried. Once even Turnitin cried. But that's the emotional truth of social work. And assessment must make room for that. We were creative. During oral assessment, some students revisited trauma. Others tackled ethical dilemmas that they faced in real time. Our job was to hold space, not to hold marks. As one said, your feedback didn't just correct me, it comforted me. We weren't winging it. Every task, every rubric, every voice note was backed by the Social Service Profession Act, the South African Council Social Service Profession Standards, constructive alignment with exit level outcomes, and UNISA's ODEL and assessment policies. We use mid-year reviews and individual adjusted improvement plans to identify and assist at-risk students. We adjusted the module presentation and structure according to feedback received from student and supervisor evaluations. And we drank enough coffee to keep the CHS awake for a month. Here's what our students said. I found my voice in this module. Thank you for believing me. In the end, it all came together. I'm ready now. It was hard, but it made sense of my field work. Thank you for seeing me, even from kilometers away. And that's the point, isn't it? Assessment at its best doesn't silence students, it amplifies them. What did this madness teach us? You don't have to make assessment easy to make it kind. Deadlines don't kill learning, but poor connection might. Feedback must speak to the heart before it speaks to the rubric. And of course, never underestimate the power of a WhatsApp sticker when your student is stressed. And always double check that a student actually hit submit. We don't just teach future social workers, we walk beside them while they become. PSW 4805 wasn't perfect, it was personal. It was pedagogically sound, emotionally messy, and beautifully unpredictable. To my colleagues, Dr. Kalitz, Dr. Masambuka, and our COD, Professor Betsy, then I need some help here, my colleague. Thank you. You are not just co-lecturers, you are co-architects of transformation. To UNISA, thank you for giving us the space to innovate. To our students, you are the reason assessments matter. Thank you for stepping into our madness. May your rubrics be clear. May your Wi-Fi be strong. And may your feedback never say, see attach. Assessment may never be glamorous, but it's in BSW 4805 it was meaningful and maybe, just maybe, a little bit magical. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. And I see that social work collaborates a lot. Um, um, I will ask Katlego to come up very quickly for us. I see you're typing furiously. Yeah? 2 minutes. And then we'll get to the last three presentations from our nominees, and then we'll get to, the big part of the day, which is the adjudication. Are you ready?
Okay, colleagues, I'm back again. There's a prize up for grabs. So, camera, we good? Sure. Great. It's English. It's English.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just gonna do 2 or 3 and then we're done.
Okay. We do now two.
Yeah. Just it's
Hmm?
but
Curiosity killed a cat. Curiosity killed a cat.
why is our linguist not getting this? It's not the zebra.
All right. Another prize. Did you know the winner? Ne? Did you know the winner, right?
Dr. Khaled, right?
Okay, okay. Oh, you got it. All right. No, 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 wrong. You almost got it. No, wrong. Oh, come on, guys. We know this one.
What's our theme?
We know this one. This one we know.
Over there at the back. Are you again?
No, not you again. Oh, yeah, no, no, no. The first hand was the green lady in the green shirt. The lady in the green shirt. Aha! Aha! Re tla re ke dipitsi. Re tla re ke dipitsi, ra bona ka mebala. So it means it's an indigenous proverb for those that don't know that we will like we see that the works of someone by yeah. You know, I don't know how to explain it in that in other in the foreign language, but yeah.
Through their actions.
I don't know how to do that.
Thank you.
Zulus are our language. The foreign one is the one we are talking
Uh-huh. Uh, I mean, I'm embarrassed at how I haven't gotten any single one of these, but we'll move along swiftly. Um, we'll move very quickly to our last three nominations, and if I may call up our resident Ulilator, Dr. Khutzione Liburu, Dr. Rebecca Skosana, and Ms. Noxolo Zwane for the next nominee presentation, which is in excellence for excellence for transformation in teaching and learning. I'll read their bios very quickly as they make their way to the stage. Again, also from the Department of Social Work. Dr. Liburu is a senior lecturer in social work, specializing in gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and women's empowerment. Previously, she worked as a social worker at the Department of Social Development, gaining field experience that shapes her research and teaching. Dr. Skosana has built a distinguished career as both an academic and social worker, spanning over 20 years in the field of teaching, research, and community engagement. Currently, she holds the position of senior lecturer at UNISA, where she plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of social work education. And then Ms. Zwane is a PhD candidate who is a competent and hardworking qualified social worker with a master's degree focusing on substance abuse, with experience in providing high quality care and support to individuals, groups, families, and communities. She is a lecturer teaching social auxiliary work. And with that, I'd like to call you up. They do such difficult work, but they smile consistently. Your presentation? Yes. There she is. Yes.
Good day, everyone. Before I start, I just want to put a disclaimer. There were no brown envelopes exchanged. You see a lot of social workers coming. None. No, just a disclaimer before we start. Miss. Mm-mm. Mm. Okay. So we are very excited to present and to be nominated for the award in excellence in transformation. So we can move to the next slide. I just want to clear the air, and I'm glad Ntate Suhume just sat down because when Ntate Suhume was greeting everyone, I didn't hear Anguni language. And not because I am Zulu, just because of inclusivity. I'm just going to say Sanbonani to everyone. I think the instruments one and the fact that Zulus are young, we can just take offline. We'll discuss it during lunch. Just me and you. But starting off our presentation, can we move? Josh. So I am not alone. I am with my very dedicated, hardworking colleagues who have been on this journey together to making sure that social auxiliary work is transformed and the content that we provide is transformed for our students. So this is the overview that we're going to look at. I'm just going to give you a background of our higher certificates in social auxiliary work. I'm going to give you the motivation for the category in transformation, Dr. Skosana will then give you the teaching philosophies and the theoretical foundations and the universal design. And Dr. Laburu will then look at the criterions and the conclusion. So I think it's important that I give you a background of what we do so that you can understand better. So we are currently teaching our higher certificates in social auxiliary work, which means we are training potential social auxiliary workers who will be working hand in hand with social workers. And we have our qualification, which is pitched at NQF level 5 with 120 credits. And we will always be very proud to say we are one and the only university in South Africa that provides this certificate of social auxiliary work. Um, so with regards to the higher certificates, we have 10 modules, two theoretical modules, which are our will integrated modules. We have four theoretical modules, and our four theoretical modules inform our practice modules. And then we have four ancillary modules for our students as well. And I think the great part of our certificates is that students can complete it in a year, but they also have the luxury to complete it within 2 to 3 years, because we all know that we're in an Odell institution and we need to understand who our students are and be accommodative to where they are. Some of our students have the time and they can complete it within a year, but others need a bit more flexibility. You can go back. Thank you. So for our practical modules, we are dealing with various socio-economic challenges. We are all living in South Africa, so we place our students to do their practical work for 6 weeks. For the one module, it's like observation simulation, where they are just observing what the social worker is doing on a day-to-day basis, whether it be group work, going out into the community. And for the second one, it is more hands-on, when they're actually integrating the theory into practice and they're helping the social worker do the tasks that we as social workers are expected to do. And we are governed by our council, which is the South African Council for Social Services Professions. And our students are required to have a police clearance upon application, just because of the nature of the work that we do, that it's very sensitive, and we want to make sure that our students have that clearance to proceed. And I think at the core of it all, we want to make sure that when our students go into the community, they are comfortable and confident in themselves, because we integrate African and Western contexts. They're going to be seeing different individuals speaking different languages from different backgrounds, and they must be comfortable to engage at the clients where they are, to meet them at their level. And when we're just looking at the motivation, we are hoping to showcase our collective impacts, that we are welcoming to any students. We have students who, as Dr. Masumbuga stated, are incarcerated. One of my students was just highly pregnant and they gave birth, and we had to discuss how she's going to submit. We want to make sure that our students have the ability to think critically, and they're able to self-introspect and have self-awareness, because if you're not able to introspect in the field of social work, it's difficult for you. And that they're able to respond to the issues that are happening at the ground in terms of their learning as well, which is aligned with UNISA's transformation policy, and at the core of it, an African identity. So we have various theoretical frameworks which will be discussed, but at the core of it all is Ubuntu, African coping mechanisms that are instilled in our students. When we have our supervision sessions and when we have our workshops, we want our students to be able to engage with us in a language that they're comfortable with, because sometimes you know a concept, but because it's in English, it's difficult for you to comprehend, which I think is a challenge for us, or more of a push for us as lecturers, to make sure that we learn and understand more languages. Our students are provided with a glossary, a social auxiliary work glossary. At this stage, we only have 4 languages. It's in Afrikaans, English, isiXhosa, and Setswana, which we hope to expand. And to make sure they know how to respond in a culturally responsive manner. And when we're looking at our curriculum, the team has conducted a lot of empirical research that informs the curriculum that we are providing to our students. We have done research that looks at how the COVID pandemic has impacted social work. We have an article that has been that looks at blended learning and moving to being fully online. We have an article that looks at entrepreneurship in social work and how we need to integrate entrepreneurship in social work. And there's one about Afrocentric practices as well. So that makes it easy for us to know and have research so that we can integrate it appropriately in the material that we provide. And also the team supervises PhD and master's students. And one of the students now is looking at a title about occupational health and social work. And this just helps us to make sure that we're always evolving. We know how technology is evolving, and we also need to have that mentality of understanding how we are innovative. You know, we always have a bit of a squabble, not a squabble, but we always bump heads when it's time to update tutorial letters because there's always so much content that we want to put in because it is relevant, it's happening now. And when you're looking at the news right now, there's this Jaden Lee case, the 11-year-old who is allegedly who passed away at the hands of his mother. And we definitely know that's going to be one of our case studies in October, November, because we want our students to be able to work in that manner. And at the core of it also is just student-centeredness. We know our students' needs and their experiences, and they guide us in terms of the direction that we need to go into. Okay, so I've covered what we teach. Dr. Skosana is going to cover why we teach, and how we teach and how our students learn. So we're just going to move on who we teach, our student profile. I'm not done. So our students, we have obviously African students, working professionals, part-time students, first-generation students who are the first in their family to ever even register at a higher learning institution. And in your supervision and teaching, you can tell when you have a Gen Z and a millennial just because of the way that they ask questions. You must always be on your toes and make sure that you are able to respond to them in the right manner. Um, Also looking at, we understand that we can't just say it's a he or a she, knowing how to introduce pronouns into having conversations with the different types of students that we are having. We also have a lot of recent matriculants, and then we have to accommodate where they are in terms of not understanding how to communicate via email, not knowing how to compile an assignment. And most of our students are on NSFAS, and we know that, that they lack the financial means to go to mainstream university. And then we have to know how to accommodate them when they're struggling with connectivity, with data, or when they're in a remote area. So I'll hand over to Dr. Skosana.
Thank you for the opportunity. Dumelang bagolo. Maseare a bote. Maseare. Ba kae ba Limpopo? Are you not here? Okay, yeah. My presentation is around our teaching philosophy. Our teaching philosophy is in line with the UNISA, the CHS mission and vision. We also incorporate our UNISA strategic plan, the transformation policy, the SAC, SSP principles, and the Department of Social Development Batupili principles. Our philosophy is also rooted in the core values of social work that entails honesty, respect, individualization, where we also ensure that there's uniqueness and service to others. We also believe that students have a pre-existing knowledge that they can utilize. Remember, they come from different communities where their experience is influenced by their peers, by the society, and their families. We also view students not as passive recipients of knowledge, but as active agents in their own learning journey. And we are also student-centered. We use student-centered approach where we help students to connect to academic knowledge. And also when they reflect in classes, they use their real life experiences because we normally place them in a different context. And our key pillar of our teaching philosophy is to infuse African knowledge in the existing Western knowledge. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the five theoretical foundations that we infuse in our teaching. We use experiential learning in our teaching, where we emphasize that learning is continuous and experience-based process. We normally use reflections in classes, whether the students do an intake, whether they have to do an assessment, whether they have to write a process report, but at the end of the assignment or at the end of the report, they have to reflect as to what did I do, how did I do it, what can I do differently in future. And we also have simulations that the students do in classes where they need to do a role plays, be it in pairs or in groups. And normally we also emphasize family dynamics, poverty, Africanization, and cultural sensitivity in different modules. We normally integrate our theory into practice. Some of this information is collected from the theory modules and we put it into practice. And they also use journaling to document their reflections. And in terms of transformative learning and reflective practice, we emphasize critical self-reflection of assumption and belief, where we normally use South African case studies like xenophobia, gender-based violence, Marikana story, the floods in Durban. The students were quite involved in there, and we use different techniques. Uh, like I said, in their assignments, they need to reflect as to how did I go about doing this? What is it that I can do differently? And we use a simulation where they reflect on the theories that they used. What ethical conduct did they use? Did they apply it accordingly or not? They can even reflect before they can submit their assignments. Then another theory is the social constructivism, where we believe that learning is socially co-constructed through interaction. We use practical examples where students are being paired during the workshop. And then we emphasize small group learning where they will do case studies, where they'll do role plays. Sometimes they can do this online, or sometimes we group them according to their areas. And then they'll form a WhatsApp group, and then they meet somewhere, and out of that, they also form study groups. And we also integrate different theories in between, like strength-based developmental approach, your Africanization, depending on the situation. The students have got different theories that they can utilize. So it's not one size fits all. And during the will assessment, we also focus on potential, the contents, and not just the problem. For example, if let me use an example that we had in class where the students were talking about divorce. They do not focus on using the westernized method only. They also focus on the cultural aspect of the marriage itself. So in different cultures, when there's a divorce, bomalume ba bitsiwa because they are the ones that initiated this not initiated. They are the ones that were part of the negotiations. Ke bona ba isitseng magadi. So they need to be called when there's an issue before the divorce can even take place. Even if things don't go well and they go to the court and they get divorced, after that, bomalume gabe, they have to be part of that negotiations where they need to be told about this, and then they have a way forward. And we also use genograms, the ecomaps, and cultural context assessment, like I have indicated. We also have critical pedagogy, where we believe that learning is collaborative. They bring their ideas. We also share our experiences as experts. But we also consider that they are coming from different cultures and they have the knowledge that they can share with us. And we, as lecturers, we can also learn from them. And in our teaching, we also focus on social realities, systematic injustices, and empowerment. And um, they are being told to go out into the community and interview different people in the community, and just to get the gist of what is happening in their community, what kind of resources do they have in the community. And we also have class discussions where we examine historical and socio-political context in South Africa, and we also ensure that we challenge the power imbalances between the practitioners, the clients, and the communities. And in relation to what do we teach, how do we teach, and why do we teach, we normally have workshops. We have two orientation workshops that we have. The first one is just a general one for the whole program, and we have one for the two practical modules. We have 4 workshops, we have 4 supervision sessions, we have 12 days of field practice where the students are placed in an organization and do their practical work. We have 2 assignments, and we have the portfolio, which is their summative assessment. And to ensure accessibility, students engage using different platforms like your WhatsApp, your Microsoft Team, the big blue button, the Telegram. Recently, they told us the Telegram. They also use that. And for the students that are staying close to one another, they use face-to-face interaction where they also form study groups and they do their role plays. And for flexibility, we teach students from diverse backgrounds, and during the workshop, we have varying schedules wherein we'll have workshops or supervision sessions around 4 to 6 in the evening. And after the workshop, we'll share the recording to the students. For those that did not show up, they'll get access to the recording through my UNISA. And we also have a structured guidance where students receive their study material through the workbook. We also have tutorial letters, and within those study guides, we have the practicum will activities and the forms that the students need to complete when they have to go to the organization to ask for placement. And for placement approval, we have Mrs. Hobbs. We appreciate her in absentia. She is our departmental practicum coordinator who ensures that the practicum goes well, smoothly, and she ensures that we meet the regulations of our council in the placement of the students, and also we make sure that the students are placed in their area for accessibility. And in terms of the practicum options, students normally choose as to when they want to go to the organization. Remember, they have 12 days to go to the organization. So some of students that are part-time will normally choose to go there over 2 days per week, and those that are working will normally take leave and go there for 2.5 weeks. So they will have a block placement. And in terms of studentness, that we ensure that we balance the life of students. We have other students that are working, they have got family responsibilities, and at the same time, they are studying. So also when we place them, we look at the type of organizations that we need to place them, be it in any NGO, a private organization, it can be a school, it can be a clinic, it can be a religious institution, it can be the correctional service. That is where we normally place them. And as I close, within the technology integration, we have what is called OER, which is access open resource. And in that, we emphasize that students have accessibility to the study material. We do not have prescribed books. We only have recommended books. Our study material is a package that comes with the videos. So when students receive those, they are able to work through their activities and all that. And we also encourage them to download videos, and we also make some of the videos accessible on my UNISA. And that's it from my side. Thank you, colleague. Yes, over to you.
Bagaetsho dumelang. Ke motelle ka seemo, but I'll just be brief. My focus is on curriculum design and transformation in will.
As my colleagues have just indicated that our certificate was first offered in 2018, and we are the only institution in South Africa offering this qualification. So far, we've had 2 reviews from the council, and we had 3 universities reviewing our program. And we are proud to say that from the feedback that we got, we included Afrocentricity as one of the theories that our students use to understand a client's problems. We also now converted our modules from semester to year courses. And obviously, they've been talking about Africanization, Afrocentricity. Then the issue is how. Transformation in social work, it means beyond going Western models and integrating indigenous knowledge systems. We bridge theory with lived experiences. Obviously, we value indigenous practices as valid forms of psychosocial support, and we train future social auxiliary workers to walk alongside communities, not above them. So, for instance, one of the theories that we utilize is Erik Erikson's analysis theory, where he looks into the 8 stages of human development. When you look at, for example, adolescent stage, it is characterized by identity versus role confusion. The key point of this theory is searching for identity, development of values, and self-esteem. What happens in this stage is that adolescents need to experience success and to gain self-confidence. And also, this stage is characterized by tensions and contradictions because we expect them to, behave like adults, yet they are young. And there's that struggle of power and autonomy. So in our modules, in the wheel, in our supervision sessions, then we incorporate cultural practices like Mklonyane and initiation schools as case studies that speak directly to the adolescent needs. Then how then do we borrow from these cultural practices? For instance, Mklonyane is a cultural practices among Zulu or the Swati girls, marking a transition from childhood to womanhood. And how do we link this to Erik Erikson's developmental stage? We said the adolescent search for identity. This ritual marks a transformation of social identity. Young girls also, they are taught of community values, norms, and expectations. Completing this ritual brings social recognition, it boosts self-respect and self-confidence. Amongst others, girls learn from each other and they form, bonds with each other. This support Erik Erikson's and Secrecy's emphasis on peer self-esteem in self-concept. It is during such ceremonies that adolescents get to see themselves through their lenses or through the eyes of their elders and peer, which is a crucial step in identity formation. And in initiation schools, for example, for boys, the traditional initiation schools mark the transition to manhood. And I'm glad that this Hume touched based on that. And then adolescents are given structured guidance responding to the need for direction and identity. They are also taught discipline, values, and social roles, helping them to internalize a system of beliefs. The secrecy and the sacredness of such rituals builds a sense of belonging, exclusivity, and enhance one's self-worth. Also, the issue of autonomy and structure, it's been considered there because boys are being pulled from modern distraction and they are immersed into traditional teachings. This temporarily resolves the issue of freedom versus direction tension. How then do we link this to cultural practices, to Erik Erikson's, developmental stages and social work, education and practice? Students utilizing this theory, they can actually understand client development, which is actually a critical stage of identity formation. Understanding this stage also can help social auxiliary workers and social workers to identify the risks such as low self-esteem, peer pressure, and identity confusion. And then later they can then design appropriate, interventions. And students also can better understand clients when they understand such cultural practices, because cultural rights like Mutlonyane or Koma or Bohwera or Bujali offer culturally embedded interventions that promote self-esteem, resilience, and moral development. Our students as well, they are placed in different settings. Among others, they are placed in health settings, working with health professionals like nurses, doctors, psychologists, and psychiatrists, and therefore they form part of the multidisciplinary team. Amongst the issues that they deal with is postnatal stress. We all know that when a woman has just given birth, obviously there are issues required that need physical recovery, emotional, well-being, support, and care. And you borrow from the concepts like Khobaya Setswetsi as a mitigating factor for postnatal stress. We understand that the Asian people have been, doing these practices, but we could not understand the real reasons as to why. But when you look into the Western, information, we understand that there's a need for physical recovery, emotional well-being, support, and care. We also know that after giving birth, a woman has to wrap, her tummy so that the uterus can heal better. And obviously, old people have been doing that. They can take maybe a duke or a cloth in the house, then they will tell you, when you eat, sleep on your tummy. When you drink your tea, sleep on your tummy. All those things actually, they contribute towards, postnatal healing and care. We also deal with the issues of fontanelle. The health professionals in this house can attest to that. How then do we manage issues of fontanelle in African, knowledge or indigenous knowledge systems? Fontanelle ka Setswana ke phogwana, ka Sepedi ba re ke tlhogwana. Yes, but when you look at those things, then our students, they deal with such cases. There was a case where an infant or a child was admitted at the hospital, highly drained, but then the family strongly believed that there's an old woman in Hammanskraal that needs to be called, or they should take the child to that woman for this fontanelle to heal. And obviously, the nurses and the doctors, they will call a social worker to come in advice on the matter, but because we practice from a cultural sensitive practice, obviously then the advice was that no, we can't take the child out of the drips to Hammanskraal. Rather, let's call Ugogo Huiti to come and perform whatever that she needs to perform in the hospital. For as long as it does not put the client in danger, we allowed that. The woman came, obviously, you will take off your shoes, and in your office, they call the ancestors, they do what that they need to do, and then the child remained. Few days later, the child was discharged. So that's how we actually incorporate such case studies into our supervision sessions. Another thing that we teach our students as well is because of the diversity of our country. We interview people. One of the things that we do during interviews is to maintain eye contact so that we can determine if the said, information converges with the non-verbal cues of behavior. However, when you go to Toyando, it might be a problem for you because of the social, socializations. The community there, they, believe that looking someone into the eyes doesn't demonstrate respect. Therefore, when you write your report, you don't come with your Western, philosophy to say the client did not maintain eye contact, therefore there's something wrong with the client. No, you need to be cognizant of such practices. And we also teach them of the traditional ways of doing assessments. There's a game called Maskitla Kitlani. Who knows that game? Yes, she's from Limpopo. Yeah, so that game, you take stones, and when you take those stones, you just create characters out of the stones, and then normally you play it on the ground. And the client normally is played by kids. So the person will create characters from the stones and just create a story. Through that game, you can actually see the person might invite whoever that they want to invite into this play. Amongst others can be a deceased, loved one, or someone current. But through that maskitla gitlan, you can actually tell where the client is in terms of emotional capacity, how maybe or what is struggling with, how the problem has escalated, so forth and so on. And you can go and write your reports. But when you look into the Western ways, we have dolls in our offices, we've got colors, we've got this and that. But you understand that we've got Maskitla Gitlan, which has been there way, long. Yes. And then the other thing is that death is part of us. We also deal with death. We deal with grieving and bereavement. So some of the people, they struggle to really cope and move on with separation, either because of death or maybe separation to maybe the mother is working in another city. And in Limpopo, again, there's a herb called mulebatsa that they can give you when you are struggling actually to deal with death, and you can cope better and continue with life once they've given you this help. So these are the indigenous knowledge systems actually that we are putting into our curriculum. We had a student in Daba. We also took our students to Monument Park, where they got to learn about the history and the significance of Monument Park. And in that visit there, we also invited other universities. And I must say that it was really an honor to be there at Monument Park and to learn about the history of our country. And in conclusion, uh, our journey as lectures for SAW 1503 and 1504 has been shaped by dynamic interplay between theory practice and the unique realities of our students in the African context. We learn that true excellence lies not in just what is taught, but in how we facilitate the teaching and transformation of students into critically reflective practitioners. And also our publications were not merely academic exercise, but our crucial part of our development. It helped us to systematically interrogate our assumptions, gather evidence on what truly works, and contribute to the broader community of social work education. Teaching social auxiliary work is a commitment to nurturing the next generation of compassionate, competent, and critically using conscious frontline practitioners who embody the spirit of Ubuntu. The journey of learning about transformation continues, and we are proud to say that we are shaping the futures in service of humanity. In conclusion, we would like to give a big thank you to our COD in his absence, Prof. Mbezi, for his continued support. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you for the presentation on transformation. I'm going to call up our last presenters, our last nominees for the category in, which one is this one now? In Excellence Award for Student Success and Retention. I am going to call back up again for the last time, Dr. Khaled, Dr. Masumbuka, and Dr. Adlam. And as they come up, I would like to just give a quick reminder to please ensure that you sign the register once you hit that side. And then on the other side to our right, my left, just tucked away at the back, there's a gentleman who is selling African accessories and bringing the divide between the community and the university together. So please check that out when you can. Let me hand over to our, they got the presentation. Okay. Okay, okay. All right.
Good morning. Now I can see you. Here I can't see you. There I can see you. Okay. They asked us to be brief. Social workers being brief is not easy. But we will try our best. Okay. Good morning, Prof. Nkosi. esteemed colleagues, students, guests, Prof. Mbedzi in his absence, and then my supportive husband. Before we say anything else, we invite you to take a moment to listen, to a voice that captures the very heartbeat of what it means to be a social worker. The speaker, Bobby Lefebvre, speaks not just about the work we do, but why we do it. Bobby's spoken word piece, I Am a Social Worker, is raw, real, and relentless. It holds nothing back. Just like the social workers we aim to nurture in our classrooms and field practicum placements. This is a 7-minute poem. I'm preparing you, my husband said I should. The poem reminds us that the work is hard, the stakes are high, and the calling is deeply human. He speaks very fast, so you must listen carefully.
When I tell people what I do for a living, they often respond by saying things like, "Bless your soul, that must be difficult." And my all-time favorite, "It's so nice to see someone not working for the money." I'm a social worker. I tend to the wounds of people crucified to circumstance, carry hope and band-aids in my briefcase, share my own scars for street cred. I work with kids who see their probation officers more than their fathers. They wear sagging pants in their parents' mistakes, introduce themselves as accidents waiting to happen. They are a Hollywood casting director's wet dream, tattooed with the temper. Do-rag D-boys, boys in the hood, mi vida loca. They speak in sign language because they have been taught they are voiceless. Marginalization is the chip on their shoulder. It is so heavy they walk with the limp, pass it off as swag, their fingers more familiar with pipes than pencils. Eye-smoked clothes paint their worldview the color of devils as they search for God or anyone else they can just look up to. Each one has a story. Emilio wants to change, so he keeps a lucky penny in his pants pocket along with the quarter I gave him to call with whenever he is in need. In the desperation of his 15-year-old eyes, I see more potential than an idea Rivera never manifested on a canvas. He makes the city his, scribes pieces of his soul into windows, not knowing his pain is as transparent as the glass, sprays a masked moniker underneath street lamps, so he always shines brighter than the darkness of his insecurities. He left his self-esteem next to a cigarette butt at the bottom of a bottle bought by relatives who see no problem feeding fires. He screams in spontaneous combustion, but believes nobody's listening, so he commits another crime. He likes going to court because there, at least he knows someone is paying attention to his sentences. I am his social worker attempting to make sense of his syntax. He didn't fall through the cracks, they swallowed him. I've seen it happen in broad daylight. Sun turning the other cheek, cowering behind the clouds, concrete quicksand traps you'd like Venus fly, homies who claim to have backs, front, offering no help, and so many of our kids are sinking. Emilio asks me for direction, but there's only one way to go from where he is. I show him his heartbeat's his compass. We look at the scars on his psyche. I ask if he's ready to replace them with dirt underneath his fingernails. He asks me how he is supposed to escape the sand. I remind him he cannot ask for one to guide his footsteps if he's not willing to move his feet first. I speak in cliches, talk of butterflies and phoenixes and of hip-hop and so many ugly things that have bloomed into beauty. I speak in truths. I tell him I don't know if things will be okay. I show him statistics are stalking him in prisons, plan housewarming parties. I tell him the streets, they don't change, but I know that people do. Hope is not a helium-filled balloon that has slipped from our fingertips. We do not have to watch potential float away. I am a social worker. I work with kids who learn to spell stigma before their first names, but each one is an artist learning to draw their own conclusions. Their pencils are heavy burdens built without erasers on purpose because sometimes the best thing you can do is not go back. I am a social worker, and no, I don't do it for the money. I do it simply because I still believe in people, and I really hope that you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and all of you still do too.
Now, with those powerful words still resonating in this room, we invite you to reflect on this. That is the kind of social worker we believe in. That is the kind of social worker we teach. And that's the kind of social worker who stood behind our 99% pass rate. I must confess, I briefly considered starting the speech with a dramatic icebreaker, perhaps a quote from Mandela. But instead I thought, what better way than to start with our favorite metric? Yes, like my colleague has said, a 99% pass rate. That's right. BSW 4805, our capstone module in social work at UNISA, recorded a 99% pass rate in 2024. No, we know what you're thinking. Surely they bribed somebody, like my colleague said. No, we promise it was sheer hard work. And maybe a few WhatsApp nudges that turned into loving spam. But behind that number lies something far deeper. Something human, hopeful, and really hard earned. Behind that number are future social workers who, like the poet, Bobby, carry hope and band-aids in their briefcases. Who believe that potential doesn't float away like a balloon, but can be grounded in action and compassion. The heart of our module is not about filling empty vessels. It's about lighting fires. Fires of justice, compassion, and resilience. And let's be honest, an occasional panic before a supervision session. Together, Professor Atlem, myself, and Dr. Masambuka, we've built a teaching model for BSW 4805, advanced, integrated social work practice that goes far beyond content. We teach to transform, not just to inform. Our teaching philosophy is rooted in transformative learning. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, father of the transformation learning theory. Constructivism, thank you, Piaget, and our coffee-fueled planning meetings. And above all, Ubuntu, because we really believe I am because we are. We want our students to be the kind of professionals who don't flinch in the face of trauma, but who attend to the people crucified to circumstance. Navigating ODL at UNISA sometimes feel like parenting a toddler during blackout, frustrating, rewarding, and full of surprises. But we knew that if we wanted student retention, if we had to offer more than a glorified PDF, so we designed a digital learning environment that was multilingual, because the word outcomes just hits differently in isiZulu. That was mobile friendly because many students study between shift children and mama, the Wi-Fi is finished. Flexible and scaffolded, building confidence step by step from basic tasks to complex assessments. We hosted workshops on Teams, shared materials via WhatsApp, and embraced voice notes like a true Generation Z mentor. And yes, some of those voice notes carried the same truths that our poet said. The streets, they don't change, but people do. We believe in those people, our students. But we didn't just teach. We measured, we monitored, and we intervened. Using Power BI, the statistical dashboard, we tracked students' progress in real time. We have our red flag system that identified at-risk students early, triggering tailored intervention plans and sometimes a well-timed emoji for encouragement. Students were given control, booking their own oral exams around their own chaotic life, managing supervision sessions, and yes, taking minutes. Because nothing says ownerships like being your own PA. And it worked, not just academically, but holistically. Students weren't just retained, they were really empowered. They became the kind of students who learned to spell stigma before their first names, but they also learned to draw their own conclusions with heavy pencils, but with no need to erase who they are. We didn't teach theory in a vacuum. Our teaching embraced Afrocentric, feminist, and Posari lenses, grounding students in the realities of South African social work. From gender-based violence to sexting and digital ethics, we wove real-world, uncomfortable topics into our learning journey. Why? Because our students must be ready to face not just clients, but crisis. And they must do so with empathy, ethics, and excellence. To bring learning to life, we regularly integrate current real-world life events that resonate with our students' future roles. For example, we unpack the tragic case of Kelly Smith, drawing on the psychosocial and systemic failures involved. We analyze the recent trafficking incident in Centurion, challenging students to consider prevention, advocacy, and intersectoral work. We interrogate the relevance of Western marriage counseling frameworks within the African systems and contrast these with indigenous knowledge and community-based approaches. The contextual engagement not only enriches critical thinking but positions students to enter the profession with both heart and readiness. They are not just theory holders, they are ethical practitioners, already echoing the poet's claim, I am a social worker, and no, I don't do it for the money. I do it simply because I still believe in people. Another essential pillar of our teaching model is our fieldwork supervisors, the true frontline heroes in student development. These supervisors are not just placement facilitators, they are our partners and our extension in practice. To ensure their support and empowerment, we facilitate regular training and induction sessions. We keep an open door policy, whether that door is via email, WhatsApp, or Teams. We offer guidance and respond promptly to challenges in the field. We build relationship with them to foster a shared vision of student success. This consistent engagement helps create a web of support for students, ensuring that their learning is cohesive, contextually relevant, and emotionally anchored. When supervisors feel seen and supported, they pass that confidence on to our students, just as social workers are meant to do. We conducted site visits, supervisor meetings, constant module revisions, but we also showed up. When there was trauma in the field or when the confidence was low, we didn't just file a report. We made a call, sent a message, and had a conversation. We believe quality assurance isn't just a checklist, it's a relationship. We also believe in continuous cycle of reflection and improvement. That is why we ask students to actually evaluate our module, the workshops, and the fieldwork experiences. Their feedback directly informs our planning and help us to improve what matters most to them. Our students described our teaching as accessible, supportive, and my personal favorite, better than expected. We chose to take that as a compliment. They felt seen, they felt heard, they felt capable. And that, colleagues, is where retention truly begins. That is the kind of social worker who doesn't wait to be perfect, only to be present, ethical, and fiercely committed. We are deeply honored to be nominated for this award. But the real reward is knowing that students who once doubted themselves now graduate. Field supervisors call us to say, the student is ready. And our module, once restructured after the accreditation, is now a flagship for student success in social work education. So yes, we hit 99%, but no, we won't rest. Professor Mbetsi, as requested, not until every student, whether studying by candlelight, raising children, or navigate systemic barriers, feels like they belong. Because if we as educators, Professor Atlem, Dr. Masambuka, myself, and you don't believe in them first, who will? And if ever in doubt, remember what we tell our students before the oral exam. Just breathe. We already marked your courage. Let's continue transforming lives one student at a time. Thank you. Siyabonga. Lialibocha. Thank you.
Thank you to our social workers who have really shown up today. Thank you all sitting here for showing up today, for your attention, for your yes, thank you. I know this is my first time being a program director, and now I have the distinct feeling of that horrible pressure of peeking over at lunch and knowing that we still have one more critical part of the program to go. And so let me apologize in advance. Thank you for staying with us and keeping up with the nominees. And thank you to the nominees for your wonderful presentations and all of the work that you're doing. Before we eat, we have the most exciting part of the day before us, which is the adjudication, or at least not the process itself, but its outcome. So I will invite one member of the adjudication panel, Dr. Kulufelo Moeng, who I was trying to make eyes at earlier on. Yes, okay, it was you. I could see from your eyes. I'm gonna ask her to come up and give us a little bit of detail on the adjudication process. There were 3 adjudicators, Professor Lebo Mudau from the Department of Curriculum and Instructional Studies in the College of Education, as well as Professor Mlamuli Hlatshwayo from the Ali Mazrui Center for Higher Education Studies at the University of Johannesburg. And then we have our own Dr. Kulufelo Moeng, who is a lecturer in the Department of Development Studies at UNISA, where she has served for over 14 years. Dr. Moeng holds a PhD in Development Studies. She is driven by a commitment to inclusive, critical, and transformative education and approaches teaching as a liberatory practice. Her philosophy centers on empowering students with the intellectual tools to question injustice, challenge marginalization, and amplify silenced voices. Through innovative and forward-thinking pedagogies, she aims to transform both individual lives and broader social conditions, cultivating learners who are not only informed, but also agents of meaningful change. So I think we see that there are some threads there, and I wish to invite Dr. Moeng to give us the adjudication. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, Dumelo. Colleagues, good afternoon. Please allow me to humbly greet the executive mom, executive dean, and your amazing team. Good afternoon, colleagues. Mine is really a very simple task. So I'm not going to do this. I'm going to give her this to do later.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to explain or provide an overview of the adjudication process. Colleagues, like Dumelo said, I really had the privilege of working with the most exceptional professors, Professor Mudau and Professor Hlatshwayo from UJ. These colleagues are really immersed in teaching and learning, and they are committed to advancing the higher education transformative agenda. The adjudication journey started off with the necessary training, so they didn't just take us and throw us in the deep. They gave us the relevant training, and they got us acquainted with the 2025 Teaching and Learning Scorecard, and they gave us rules to say it's not just about a portfolio of evidence that is submitted, but it needed to hit to certain specifications, and there was a percentage that each nominee needed to acquire in order to win in their respective categories. So the adjudication process was twofold. In the first phase, each individual adjudicator was given the POEs and the scorecard, and you would engage with that. And then the second part was then when we had a meeting, which was on Friday, with all the adjudicators, and then we agreed if there were some tensions, then we'll try and resolve the tensions and agree who would be or who should be a winner in the respective categories. I must say this was very simple because all of us were really in agreement that this were really amazing work, and the portfolio of evidence were really excellent. The nominations in the various teaching and learning festival categories not only demonstrated unwavering determination, but consistent effort and commitment to uphold the teaching and learning mandate of the university and its commitment towards shaping futures in the service of humanity. The colleagues have said yes in partnering with the university and with the college in upholding the social justice mandate and in the quest for academic excellence and redress of past injustice and exclusion. So colleagues, we see you and we appreciate the brilliant work that you do in your respective modules. There's a saying that winning begins when you decide to pursue a goal with a consistent effort and a positive mindset. It's not about achieving the final victory, but the daily actions and unwavering determination that leads to success. I think they said it well. Dr. Masumbuka said they even answer WhatsApps later at night. So I understand why Dr. Carlson had to really appreciate her husband, because probably he also has to, get acquainted with the WhatsApps that arrive at 2 a.m. without worrying. So congratulations, colleagues. We appreciate and acknowledge the brilliant work that you do. And personally, I am challenged. I'll see if I can talk to my COD to give me what do you call it, this new process, talent management, to come and join one of your teams, because really you're doing a good job. Colleagues, the adjudication process was guided by the 2025 Teaching and Learning Evaluation Rubric, which I explained earlier, which clearly specified the requirements for each category. Nominees needed to achieve a certain score to win in their respective categories. So some of the criterions under the different categories, some would read as the portfolio submitted for this category is written and structured academically with evidence, citations, and a reference list. Another one read, learning theories are used to substantiate claims made in the teaching and learning philosophy statement. So it was not just about making claims, but there was evidence that each of the candidates needed to show, to say, this is what I'm doing and this is how I can back it up. And there was one also on assumptions on why, how, and when students learn is explained and motivated. I think Dr. Liburu's team actually gave us a snapshot of how they do it in their module. And then there were specific criterion under the different categories. One read, the motivation of technology enhanced learning and teaching is explained. Secondly, the module design integrates principal attributes, an example of indigenous knowledge system and Africanization. Another one read, the attribute that underpin the teaching and learning philosophy aligned to the context of comprehensive open distance and e-learning is explained and motivated. The last one talks to providing coherent, logical, and timeless feedback, which is constructive and developed in a nature that assessment for learning principles. And having engaged with the POEs during the adjudication process, we can proudly say all our nominees have duly adhered to these processes and the different criterions. So again, colleagues, I just want us to acknowledge them and give them a warm round of applause. And some of the comments which I was just able to take just as a snapshot to show you how well these colleagues have done. One of the comments read, the multifaceted strategies expressed in the portfolio of the winners in this category effectively address the diverse challenges faced by students from varying socioeconomic backgrounds. Student retention remains one of the most complex and debated issues in higher education, and student success similarly demands adaptive, responsive approaches in an ever-evolving educational landscape. Despite these challenges, this team demonstrates a deep commitment to engaging with these complexities and supporting students to persist and complete their studies. Their use of historical and proactive monitoring methods to identify at-risk students is particularly commendable. These colleagues respond with a range of thoughtful interventions tailored to students' varying needs and context. Another one reads, the excellent excellent teamwork and unwavering commitment by this team reflects not only effective knowledge transfer, but also a truly transformative engagement. This approach fosters the development of ethical, competent, and resilient professionals who are equipped to drive meaningful and lasting change in society. This team employs thoughtful, appropriate, and inclusive assessment strategies that provide all students with a fair opportunity to succeed. The impressive student retention rates stand as a testament to their dedication, consistency, and pursuit of excellence. The last one reads the multifaceted approach, which includes digital, multilingual, and emotional support, and others go beyond bridging the geographical gap between the student and the institution. It also addresses the complex socioeconomic challenges and contributes to learning inequalities. Notably, their work reflects a strong and commendable commitment to social justice, aligning closely with the institution's core values. By redefining what student support can look like, this team sets a new standard and inspires a deeper institutional commitment to inclusive, equitable, and student engagement. Equally impressive is their clear commitment to representing and empowering marginalized voices through their thoughtful promotion of indigenous knowledges. So, colleagues, this is just a snapshot of some of the most exciting comments that you're going to find in your scorecards, because I heard that we're going to share this with you. So, again, I congratulate you. You have done such a commendable work. As I close, colleagues, allow me to end with these words by John Quincy Adams. If your action inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. With this, I wish to congratulate our Executive Dean for inspiring excellence among those that you lead. We see how you are intentional about leaving a long-lasting legacy in the college. We appreciate that. We see how you are very intentional. And we say with that, we see you and your brilliant team. Colleagues, thank you so much. Are you?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Mueng, for handing over very important, very important uh, documents over to us. Before we get to the final results, I think all that you have said needs to be followed up by a congratulations that is, I suppose, more formal, that we will be handing over to all of our participants before we get to the end point. And my colleague Philmont will be assisting me with this. We will ask, I will call upon all of our nominees and request the dean again and the deputy dean to come up and take photos with our nominees. And and your hand over them. I'll hand over this with them.
Yeah, I can also do it.
Okay.
Just putting it here.
Okay, excellent. In that case, may I please call up Dr. Kalitz, Dr. Masumbuka, and Prof. Adlam to come receive their certificates. Thank you. And then we can go over this way. Yes. And then, oh, no. Yes, everybody gets one in this instant. Here you go. Thank you. Thank you, Doc. Congratulations. Dr. Masumbuka. We don't say cheese, we say Unisa. Stomach. Thank you so much. Next, I'll call up Miss Hermione LaRue. Thank you and congratulations. Here you go. Thank you. Unisa. And then again, I will please call Dr. Masumbuka. Yeah, round two. Am I right? Am I right? Hmm? Oh, forgive me. Excuse me. I have confused it. My apologies. Let me please call up Dr. Liburu, Dr. Skosana, and Miss Zwane. My apologies. Dr. Liburu, thank you and congratulations. Eh, no. Miss Nokolo Zwane, thank you and congratulations. Dr. Skosana, thank you. Hmm? Hmm? Okay.
Right, good. Nisa. Thank you.
Oh, a group photo? Yes, please.
So I don't know who's winning, right?
Yeah.
But it's
What are these for?
because there were all these different categories, but I suppose we can give it to them
Okay,
afterwards.
okay.
So
Oh, we are requesting that all the nominees please come up for a group photo. I'm sorry, you can trust me. I only made one mistake. You all come up now for a group photo. And then,
can I just see what is this is if they win. I don't know if everyone's done Jenny.
okay, can I call it up and then you find the requisite certificate? Don't read me that.
This category plans forward for that.
Okay.
Model design. What is this? Assessment.
Excellence.
Assessment.
What about this one?
Transformation in teaching.
And
Does
this one?
that make sense?
This one?
Isn't it that?
Oh.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
It's not all
It's like she's trying to hide behind you. Everybody say which way?
No, I just wanna. Is that fine? Okay. Can you hand out the certificates as I read out?
No, I can't handle it.
Why not?
I should
Okay.
I'll keep this one to them afterwards.
Okay. Right. We are at that point. I am now going to open my envelope as though I am presenting at the Grammys, and I am going to thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, you festival lento for category 3, Excellence Award for Student Success and Retention. May I please call up Professor Adlam, Dr. Kalitz, and Dr. Masumbuk. Congratulations. Woo! No more photos. Is our photo op done? No. Okay.
You have a photo.
We do. Okay. We will give you a certificate. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Let me now turn to category number 2. Okay. For category number 2, Excellence Award for Module Design, may I please call up Miss Hermione LaRue.
Not the ones that you have. It's not the ones that you have.
Here you go. Thank you. Oh, that's not for you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. And for category number 5, Excellence Award for Student Support, can I please call up Professor Adlam, Dr. Masumbuka, and Dr. Kalitz? Come, Beyonce. Come on.
What you get for working hard. Sit.
Here you go.
Adlin. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Whoop, whoop. And the next category is category 8, that is transformation in teaching and learning. May I may I please call up Dr. Liburu, Dr. Skosana, and Miss Zwane.
Here you go. Thank you. Thank you. Here you go.
Yes. Congratulations. Let's see what I have left here. I have got next category number 4, that is Excellence Award for Assessment. Again, Beyonce. Can I call up Professor Adlam, Dr. Masumbuka, and Dr. Kalitz?
I believe so. I believe so. Thank you. Here you go. Thank you.
Congratulations. Let me see. And these are the winners for our Teaching and Learning Festival. Can we give them all a big round of applause for going above and beyond? Thank you so much for your excellent work and for displaying and sharing. We will all benefit greatly from all that you've shared. Now, we are at the closing of our ceremony. Um, um,
No, for more.
okay. Let me please call up for our closing and vote of thanks our Deputy Dean, Dr. Professor Mashao, please. Thank you. You are also doctor.
Program Director, thank you very much for this opportunity. And let me first acknowledge you for driving, for steering this ship to the very end. And then secondly, Professor Zetunkosi, our Executive Dean, who reminded us of the multidisciplinary nature of the College of Human Sciences. Thanks for reminding us that at the core of our business is humanity. Hence, we are human sciences. Prof. Tlabangani and your team for organizing yet another successful teaching and learning festival. We were indeed treated for a feast. It was a festival of ideas, and of course we have really enjoyed our time together. Let me also acknowledge our keynote speaker, and Tate Sihume, for reminding us that decolonization is the exercise that which we need to embrace as a university, and indeed reminding us of who we are as the College of Human Sciences. We are a home of Africanization. We are a home of decolonization. We are right at the forefront. But he also reminded us that decolonization is about recentering African knowledge systems through the medium of a song, ingoma, siphakama ngayo. And of course, the song has always been part and parcel of who we are, an expression of our struggle, an expression of our resistance, and confirmation of our African identity. We are very grateful to the respondent, Ms. Mbali Khame, who, in a way, emphasized that we require epistemic disobedience if we are to succeed in our endeavor to decolonize, and affirming at the same time that through music we are able to give expression to the marginalized African voices. Thank you very much for the work that you have done. And let me also acknowledge our nominees for all the hard work. After you have raised your hands to say we are available, and you have demonstrated once again that we are a university that is transforming. You really demonstrated that we have embraced the paradigm of transformation, especially when it comes to recentering the African story, African experiences, and indeed also affirming what Ntate Sihume would have at least highlighted, to say we can only solve African problems through African initiatives and by tapping into the resourcefulness of the continent, the rich continent, yet with poor people. We are the ones who can turn this story around. Our adjudicators for the sterling job that you did in terms of ensuring that everything is quality assured. So we are grateful, and we're hoping that even in the future, when we invite you, you will not say no. What I enjoy most today is that language has always been part and parcel of the story, language transformation. And therefore, we are grateful that our languages are part and parcel of the story that we are narrating and telling. And even the African experiences, we are really grateful. As and when I am close to declaring that this gathering has come to an end, let me invite Dr. Mweng, Professor Mudau, Professor Hlatswayo. The two are in absence, are not here, to come to the fore for the gifts. And I'll invite our executive dean to come and do the honors.
Which one? Anyone? Yes, anyone. Anyone. Okay. What's that?
And let's also invite Dr. Tawan and Dr. Shandu Petla to receive their gifts. Are we here? Yes. Thank you very much for mentoring our nominees, all the hard work. We really appreciate that as a college.
Oh.
And our program director, please take a peek. And let's also appreciate the presence of our students.
Oh, yeah.
We are not UNISA without you. Yeah. And lastly, other members of the college management who are here, Professor Madise, we see you, and others who would have joined us online. I saw one initiating the meeting much earlier. And of course, the audience, all of you who made it up to this point, we really appreciate you. We have come to the end of our gathering. Enjoy the meal. Enjoy the meal. Thank you very much.
And I would like to thank myself. Thank you.
That's lunch. Thank you, colleagues.
I forgot to say about this. I'm so sorry.